Oh yeah, Paul. Just waiting for everybody else to turn up. Matt. No, mate. Why don't I just record that instead of just constantly playing it? Yeah, I do the lush bit and then it's sort of like, now what? Yeah. I thought of maybe some sort of like elaborate string arrangement, doing like an arpeggiation or whatever the correct terminology for it is. Then bringing some brass in and stuff like that, and then. But then I was thinking about a rhythm for it, and I'm going, so far I can't feel anything that would lend to it. Do you know what I mean? It's all a bit, but still no excuse for not actually ever, recording it and doing something with it. So, and yet I never do it. I don't know why. It's almost like some sort of mental block. Oh, I'll tell you what, there's brass monkeys in here. Fortunately, I've turned the heating on, so CS80 will warm up the room quick enough. So the senior stream was good. I must admit, I had to do it with the sound down, so I had to guess what was being said via the chat, because there was somebody sitting not very far away from me who was watching something on telly. So, here we go. And Siri's collar arrived today, so she now sports the ProSynth Network collar. Hey Siri. Sizzy? Siri, yeah. Come in, show off your collar. Show off, look, show your collar. Whoa, look. Whoa, look at you. Hey? Hey? Ain't you cool? I think she's the only one out of the lot that doesn't mind having a collar on. The others are not keen. We made a big fuss about putting it on her, so she loves it because of that. Anything that gets her attention. So I think I want to put some dominus on this, so when it gets louder, the choir is stronger. And I'm going to avoid, I think, any sort of like spoken word, although it gives it a lot of realism. It can cause other problems, to be honest. Sometimes the syllabus can sort of like clash with anything else that's going on in the arrangement, so I don't bother. Greetings.
Greetings.
Yeah, we've just been talking about why I don't ever record anything. Write the stuff, but never record it.
I record stuff because then I forget it.
Yeah. I know I have been known to write stuff and forget it, I must admit.
I mean, unless it sucks, then I don't record it.
Oh. Are you coming on, Matt? Well, mind you, I suppose if you were going to come on, you would have come on by now, I suppose. Might be tied up with something.
Could be.
So your day been?
Just kind of chilling. Church service in the morning, and then I got kind of drafted. Well, I volunteered to go to another campus and run sound for a worship night that they're having. So, nice busy Sunday. But school's off next week because of Thanksgiving, so I'm all week to just kind of hang out and do stuff.
Yeah, we don't get that holiday here, I don't think.
Okay.
So. That's a nice sound.
Yeah, I created that from scratch last night.
It's interesting because it's sort of like it's electric. It's not electric piano. It is, but it.
It is, but it isn't.
It is, but it isn't. It has this nice sort of like almost metallic twang in the middle of it.
Right. So what it is
yeah.
First thing I do is I start with, if I'm going to make a piano sound, the first thing I do is get that amp envelope right. Yeah. Then the oscillators, it's triple oscillator. Oscillator 1 is a square wave. Let's see. Oscillators 2 and 3 are the tri-saw waves. And they're, oscillator 2 is panned about halfway to the left.
Right.
Oscillator 3 is panned halfway to the right. And then the secret sauce of that is the LFO.
Yeah.
There's a slight LFO on oscillators 2 and 3. Just a tad more on 3, which gives it a little bit of a spread.
Yeah.
And then there's the wave stack mutant on oscillator 1 that thickens it up. So it sounds like there's a chorus on it, but there's no chorus.
Gotcha.
And then what I do is velocity is controlling the amount of envelope, and it's also controlling the amount of decay.
Gotcha.
So the shorter, the softer I play, the shorter the decay, and the decay's on the filter envelope.
Gotcha. And you, Puddin, how you doing?
I was about to say to you, Kent, why don't you record stuff? You've got a room. You've got a room full of gear. Ironically, I spent 2 months running around various dealers trying to get a hold of a Montage M, and all I keep getting told is that even the display ones they can't sell. So there's like there's all these different waiting lists, and it's in a roundabout way. I was told, well, if you put your name down now and someone doesn't want one, and then one says put a deposit down and you could get it earlier, and I just thought, this is unbelievable. And yet you've got one there, you've got great sounding gear, you've got a nice setup. What stops you from, because you were saying something about recording and all the sibilance, Kent, you've just got to learn to EQ.
Yeah, there is a lot of that. I mean, Mr. Richard Hilton has taken me to one side on quite a few occasions and go, dude, fucking mix, man. So, but no, I don't know what it's almost like a mental block.
You can get past it. You can get past it. The thing is, look, you guys do a show every Friday, and the rest of it, just I don't know. Okay, look, if it's about just too many options, so you just get choice paralysis, get a hardware mixer. Just get a small hardware mixer. Well, right, one there is there. So, well, you know what? You don't have to share it with the world. You know, just build up ideas and then just to yourself mix it. Ask the owner's opinion. Ask, ask a handful of people's opinion that you trust aren't going to completely trash you in the process, and they'll just offer constructive criticism. You know, if there is any criticism to be had. But until you do it, you're never going to. It's like I've spent the last 3 or 4 days just writing stuff, but not finishing it. And my excuse is I've got a lot of other shit on my plate to deal with. So when I heard you say that, I thought I'd kill to have, because what I really wanted was a montage, and there's 2, 3 other things I want. My problem is time. You know, because it then means staying up till 3, 4 in the morning, which then means I get 4 hours less sleep. And I'm 50 now, so I can't function with a rolling, you know, with that rolling decay of sleep. Because by the end of the 4th or 5th day, I'm just going to fucking fall down somewhere, and that's not good. I mean, I don't know how you do it. I mean, I know you do, you know, you guys do the pubs, and I sometimes, if I see it come up on my YouTube feed on the recommendation, 6 hours, 5 hours, I thought, I don't know how they do it. I really don't know how you can function like that. I can't do it anymore. I just can't. But coming back to the writing, just do it. Just do it. Do it. Do it.
But I
you know
must
when
admit,
you do one.
I must admit, between me, Robbie, and Andrew, I think we could talk shit for 8 hours solid without actually coming up for air once. So
yeah, but you're talking shit for 8 hours. Yeah, you could split that 8 hours into just 3, 4 hours of just writing and recording.
Well, what I did find is when it comes to recording, and my life allowed me to do this before, and it doesn't now. And what I would do is I would take 4 or 5 days completely out, not going to be working, not going to be doing anything, and just work in the studio solidly and do nothing else, right? And I would produce some sort of body of work at the end of that, and I'd throw it up on SoundCloud or whatever, right? The way my job has prevented me from having these chunks. So when it comes to, you know, grabbing an hour here or a couple of hours there, it just doesn't work. It really doesn't. It's like with like an author with writer's block. But if he sits in his little office long enough, he'll go, Mrs. Miggins, blah, 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 had an accident which ended her film career. So she, with the insurance money, bought a hotel and blah, 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 and all this sort of thing. And, and you're off. But he has to sit there for like 4 or 5 hours before anything happens. And I think that's my main issue, is that I can't set myself aside a large chunk of time to come out of repair mode.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Do you know what I mean? So, like, for instance, I mean, there was when I got the M8X and I got around to, I'm going to create a sound on it. And I started to create a sound. But what I actually, subconsciously, without thinking about it, what I was doing was literally, I was setting up a sound that would have been perfect for calibrating and testing the fecking keyboard.
Yeah, because
without even knowing it, rather than...
I noticed yesterday.
Get out of that mindset,
Yeah, I noticed yesterday when I think you had Anthony Marinelli on, and he's a genius, and he's a very blessed and gifted composer as well. And you said to him then that actually there was, because I've not seen. I mean, I've got a lot to do, so.
Yeah.
When I saw what you were talking about, I thought, I know what that means. I'm fortunate. Unlike you, I don't spend the whole day having to deal with other people's broken gear. So it's that thing about, the last thing you really want to do is then cleanse your palate with more gear, the irony is you work all those hours repairing other people's kit. And then in your downtime, it's easier to just chat shit than play your own gear, which you've also spent a lot of money on. I get that. It's just,
yeah.
I get it. And the work, who wants to spend load of work? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it does. It does. I must admit, sometimes, when I sit down and I try to write and record stuff, it has this busman's holiday feel to it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to use. I wasn't quite sure if that was the.
Yeah, and I think that's why sometimes, like when there is downtime, like over Christmas or something like that, instead of being up here writing, I'm downstairs racing Rob in Gran Turismo on the PlayStation. Do you know what I mean? And stuff like that, because it doesn't involve a keyboard.
I think Robbie's another one, but bless him. I think Robbie, is that right? Robbie teaches and runs courses as well. Because I heard him say that yesterday. He does a lot.
He does a lot of training courses, yeah.
Yeah, so it's that thing again then, that in your downtime, you build up this nice... I mean, come on, Kent, there was a time I had 14 synths on various stands.
Yeah.
Then I had about 4 or 5 just looking good sideways on walls. I had 8 drum machines, but then I was using a lot of kit. But in the end, I was only using 6 or 7 pieces of hardware, and the rest was software, because I was having to churn things out for licensing.
Yeah.
So gradually, everything started to disappear, and then, you get, basically life starts to get in the way, and your health starts to go, because you're working day and night, and in order to sort of keep the momentum going, you're popping paracetamol, and when that doesn't work, you're taking antibiotics, and then your gums are starting to bleed. You realise you're going from 12 hours to 20 hours a day, and you have to make life choices as to whether you want to be on a treadmill or whether you want to actually still enjoy what you're doing. And if you're not enjoying it, then it just feels like... And the other thing is that no one wants to talk about is, I'll say this, and I go to the gym. Once you hit 50 and you start to go above 50 as well, your energy levels aren't the same. I'm not as willing to kill myself as I was when I was a younger man. It's fair play to all the Gen Y and Gen Z that can do all of that. But I don't want to do it. And in some ways, I believe that we had it easier because you had to buy hardware. The software wasn't that great. Now there's just free everything. And I think a lot of people need to just sort of knuckle down and focus on 1 or 2 things and just try to learn it and persevere. People don't persevere with things as long as maybe we had to,
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I look back at it as being the good old days. God, bloody hell, really? But I'd go into my studio and there would be a Poly 6, a Monopoly, an MC202, a CR78, and a cassette deck, and that was it. And I'd be in there for hours, and I'd be churning tracks out, no problem, because there was.
Yeah.
When I fire up Cubase now and I open up let's put an instrument in, it's just this list, and it's just and you end up spoilt for choice, and you can actually trip yourself up,
Yeah, you're just scrolling. There were 2 things recently I was asked if I was interested in, and then it sort of fell apart because I didn't know who was going to pay me. The conversation was really grey, and I thought, something's not quite right here. And I don't know how far. But then secondly, it was just the amount of this, and this. And I thought, and I had to actually try to say to the person, and I did actually say this, I said, you have to be a bit more clear on what your requirements are, because what you're actually asking for is a tin of Quality Street. But the reality is you don't want that much, because then you're not going to use more than 70% of this. And they didn't, and they weren't offended. They actually went, you're right. And then they said, well, how do I said, well, you're going to have to actually sit and be more focused about what you want. Because I actually mentioned this to someone the other day. I said, I've got over 500 tracks that nobody's ever going to hear other than myself. Maybe there's a couple of filmmaker friends who've heard bits and pieces of them, but they're on backup drives that one day are going to die. And between you and me, unless I back them up to other backup drives, they're going to be gone for good. And I can't for the life of me now. I mean, I know what they're called, and I can remember that because, all right, some of them are going back 16 years, some are 10 years, but they're not MIDI data, they're audio. And I thought to myself, because again, back then, in order to save space, I wouldn't create massive backups. So I think, right, I'll just pass it all to audio and I'll save that, And so, I sat there and thought, you don't want to be doing that. Fair play. I know that people like Brian Eno have apparently got 2,000 plus hours of unheard music. Like Prince has got volts and volts, but you don't want to be in that position where you've just got loads and loads of stuff sitting there. You know what I mean? It's best to sort of. It's one thing to have 50 or 100 tracks that are not really, you could finish them or they're just basically sketches. But if you do stuff, you should just finish it. Finish it. Even if it's simple. The trouble is, maybe you watch a YouTube thing or somebody else's track is so well produced, it demoralizes you and you think, oh, mine's just a pile of... But the sad thing is, it probably isn't. It's just you've suddenly compared yourself to somebody else without knowing what they really think of it. And maybe, you know what I mean? It's that thing about when you do whatever you do, first you've got to do it, and then you've just got to put it out there, and then you've just got to be strong about the fact that, not everybody will like it, and even those who like it, not everybody will say they like it. It's because I know what it's like when people reject your stuff. It's not nice, but then you just get sort of thick-skinned. When you've got to make things pay for you, you have no choice but to be a little bit thick-skinned about it, And, most people are actually quite decent. You'll get the odd person getting a little bit red under the collar, on the collar. But that's probably a them problem. They've probably got other stuff that they're not happy about at that moment in time. But, dude, you've got really nice gear. Your problem is probably similar to mine in that it's time. But then the other issue is that the nature of the work is it's intensive up here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there is that. I mean, there's also a degree of, option paralysis as well when you just get too many things to bleed and choose from. And then, you're spending 5-6 hours just going through different sounds. Waiting for a sound to, influence you in some way. And when you've got this much bleeding stuff, it's too much. It's just too much. So
some of the...
But I like the... it's like with the hardware jams. I like the immediacy of that.
Yeah.
We can just bang and you're off. Because I never thought I'd really ever be into drones. I've heard a couple of drones tracks in the past and everything and gone, I like it to be a bit more musical and move around a bit more than that. However, when I was watching Synchrotron's show on the Saturday mornings and listening to what he was doing, and he clearly has a talent to be able to take very little and make it interesting for a long period of time. It's really clever what he does.
It's not difficult, Ken, trust me. It's not as difficult as it looks.
Yeah, but I think there has to be a certain degree of...
the word is that. You have to feel it here.
Yeah, but there has to be a certain degree of bravery in yourself.
Yeah.
To, go, right, I'm going to play a chord for 30 minutes,
Yeah.
Now, if somebody come on stage, right, and they go, right, I'm going to play this chord for 30 minutes, enjoy, bang, like that, and yes, there'd be movements and stuff like that going on. As long as the audience is right for that, and I mean that's the beautiful thing about having these YouTube shows where it's birds of a feather.
Yeah.
But I came into it not really being into droning at all, and listening to this, and while I'm listening, I'm working on keyboards and stuff like this, and found it to be very, very relaxing, and humming along with it, and maybe putting it in my own little, excuse me, my own little bits and pieces into the lead in my head, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's really good, and I watch it religiously every Saturday, and when I'm watching the hardware jams, and people creating tracks using sometimes very, very little, but making a 3-5 minute track and everything like that. I'm going, why is it that when I go to write something, there's going to be at least 120 tracks involved? No,
I never had that problem, because I've always, mentally, I always think that once you go beyond 16 tops, but then you come at it at a different angle. Maybe your thinking is more for scoring, or But because Kent, the thing is, because I've done the studio thing as well, and I've seen some really basic studio setups. So I think once you start getting, if there's vocals involved and there's guitars and drums and all of that, then you need all of that, because people are sometimes just overdubbing 10 tracks of guitar.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you've got vocals and guitars and stuff like that, you have to create space for them.
Yeah.
So there has to be less going on around it. When you do an instrumental and you want it to be, because hands up, I like my tracks to be epic. I like my tracks to be big. Thank you, Vangelis, for dropping me in this pile of shit, mate. You know what I mean? So, and I mean, Ty will tell you, he'll load up a template and you can have like 250 individual tracks ready to be filled. And because he does the orchestral thing, but he does it properly, where every track is an individual, as it were, person within that orchestra.
Yeah.
And he knows how to do that, and I wouldn't even start to know, to be honest.
No, I'm the opposite. I get
I'm trying to do one thing, but I'm trying to do one thing in a way that's not actually suitable for the way I'm doing it. I'm trying to do the big thing, but I'm trying to do it in a small way. And that's probably where I'm tripping myself up. So when I write something and I do my first track, the first track will go on. Maybe it's 16 bars, right? And it's that first phrase. And I go, right, I want to put something with this. And that's when I fall apart. And I can never find anything suitable to be that second step. And that's, I think, analysing it in my head now, and I'm thinking about that process that I keep going through. I think that's the point where I need to maybe just go with it, because I can always pull it out later if it's not working. But
that's
go
right.
with it and then keep going on with it, and then you go, right, this isn't working, pull this out, put that in instead, and stuff like that.
When you're writing stuff just for you, remember, there is no house you're building. You're building something just from here. You haven't got a producer's remit or a record label saying, oh, make sure the chorus is this, or don't forget the middle eight's got to be a little bit, the vocal could be. You've not got any of that to think about. All you do, and it's so freeing. But you mentioned Vangelis. It's like I was listening to the album that, is it Reveille's on? The really long 9-10 minute. It just sounds like electric piano. Towards the end, there's a little bit of drums, and that's the one with the track that ended up on Chariots of Fire. It's a 1979 album. The one with the cover where it's just a pair of eyes. What album's that? It's a 1979 album, because I was listening. I think Justin. No.
Is it? It's not. No, it's not Albedo, is it?
No, no, no. REVE is a track. Is it pronounced Reve, which I think means green? Anyway, I was listening to it and I thought, I'm so glad that that part of his canon contains stuff like this, other than all the busy synth stuff, which is just basically the System 100 sequencer and whatever else. And then they probably sent pulps to the tape so that they could sync everything. His engineer, I think, did that when he had Nemo Studios. Because Vangelis just liked to do anything at any given moment. But the point I'm making is that when you're doing your own stuff, complete accident, for instance, I had the System 100 out earlier this year with the intention, I was actually trying to call you, but no one picks up. So the idea was, I thought, okay, you know what? Shall I just sell this because it's sitting around? And what happens instead? I made 5 or 6 short videos just for YouTube, just to show it works. And then as I was using it, I thought, no, I'm really enjoying this. And the next thing I know, I made another 50 videos, and they're on my channel. And a lot of them are finished tracks, just the 100 on its own. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1.5. Some of them, all of them were almost like technical, because I put notes in each one. They were like technical demonstrations of what you can and cannot do. For instance, you can use the sample and hold in a melodic way, but you have to know how to do it. And I think that's something but again, it's that thing, Ken, when you do what you want, because it's so freeing, when you do what you want to do, how can I put this? In the same way when you're fixing something, and you go to a place where even if there's 2 or 3 other people there, it's almost like you're oblivious to whoever's in the room. When you get to that point, when you're writing and recording music, that's when you're hitting whatever needs to be hit inside, and you won't care what anybody thinks. And the likelihood is it'll be something you'll really be pleased with. Don't worry about 256 tracks or 120, or just keep it simple. Sometimes all that's required is just a couple of sounds, and then it's just working on EQ and things, maybe 1 or 2 other things for accent. You got to remember, a lot of people are taught just using piano.
Yeah.
It's just we've done things the other way because we had access to gear. Although it's limited, with a piano, you have to work so much harder to actually even try to get something out of it unless you're trained on it. If you've just had synths to use, you're already going to try to think ahead. Oh, well, I could press that, but now you just press it. On the montage, for instance, you can go to 16 parts. And as basic as the sequencer is, you can write a complete track using the sequencer. I used to use the sequencer on the Motif XS all the time because I was so fed up of having to stare at grid roll. Just staring at a blank grid roll all the time. And then thinking, well, that's the one, Savage.
Opera Savage, yeah. I think it's Ty's favourite as well.
Yeah. There's some really lovely pieces on that album.
Yeah, this is it. We see that, and that was another thing that I used to have. I can remember it clearly that I used to have what I would call my own style, and as I got older, I play more like Vangelis now than I've ever done, and it wasn't intentional. At least I don't think it was.
Because that's what's here.
Yeah. So if I'm writing, so I'm going with some chords and I'm putting some chords together. It doesn't matter what I do. It ends up having that Vangelis feel. I can't get away from it. And I think after a while, I just gave up and go, look, if this is what keeps coming out, then that's what keeps coming out. So I embrace it.
You're doing yourself a disservice. It's like yesterday you guys were talking about, I think Robbie said, oh, why don't you make a video? And I sat there and I thought, well, I don't really want to talk too much about what influences me. You know, I know what influences me, and that's what you've said. I don't know. It's just, I'm just grateful to God that the last thing I want to do is think about anything. If I'm, it's like, Kent, when you're working, you're not going to be thinking about whether your dogs need feeding or whether you've got to try to get to that place, you know, here when you I don't know, what can I say? Just hit record and just play something. And you don't even have to do it in Cubase. Just get a hardware device and put it on there and listen to it and try not to be hard on yourself. You know, because I know you know how to play. You know, it's sad that there's so many people out there that, you know, a lot of us, we've all got ability to do whatever. I mean, I've been fortunate. I know I've seen people who are classically trained, and it's almost like their training's getting in the way of them trying to do it. And I just, for the life of me, I can't. Yeah. I feel, Justin, is that you've just said that, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I feel like their training's getting in the way, and I couldn't understand that. And then I think they're so regimented. It's been drilled into them. You know?
Yeah. Well, it's like I used to think I was quite a reasonable player. Well, until I heard bloody Justin.
Oh, stop
I'm watching him play, and I'm going, watching you play, going, oh shit, I got a long way to go.
I've actually got, believe it or not, I've actually got printed out PDFs of chord sheets just in case I need reminders of, you know, my flats and majors and sevenths and you know, and I can unashamedly say that. I'm not saying I'm proud that I'm not a classically trained musician, but I sure as shit won't say that I've not lost out too much because of it. There are times you think, well, why can't I come up with a chord like that or a change like that? But I am who I am, you know, what can I do? You know what I mean? I'm 50 odd. I mean, what am I going to do now? I spent 6 months earlier this year, just to exemplify, attending evening classes. I've got a certificate to prove it as well for Spanish. And I can probably only remember 20 or 30% of it. And you know, when I had to do the tests and stuff, I did all right, but the speaking part was difficult. Even though, ironically, I can speak 3 languages fluently, so that's Hindi, Punjabi, and English. But that's an environmental thing, so that's immersive. A lot of musicians tend to pick up. I mean, okay, I was watching Steve Jones, you know, Sex Pistols, and you know the whole thing about punk is that nobody can play, but that's bullshit because Steve Jones can actually play. You know, I mean, even when you listen to Nevermind the Bollocks, it's only Leiden but that's like, you know, that's a styling. But everybody else is actually in time and in tune. And I've since found out that I think Steve Jones, when they made that album, because Glenn Matlock had been basically kicked out, he was playing the bass parts as well that Sid Vicious really couldn't play. You know? So you know, even the people who say they're non-musicians, Brian Eno said it in the past. Really? What does that mean? What does that really mean? I think it's that old cliche. I think everybody has a song in them. Everybody has the ability to do it. It's just you've got to. The phrase that once someone said to me was, "Shaker, you've got to get over yourself. You've got to get over your own mental crap." You know, and it's hard. I'm not saying it's easy. It's hard. It's hard. You know, because it's almost like a part of you wants to be the greatest, whatever, but another part of you thinks, well, no, really, I'm shit. And it's always there. You know, one voice is the good voice is all hopefully louder than the voice that's telling you you're wasting your time, mate. And the beauty is, if you're not signed to a label and you're doing it yourself and you're putting it out, what have you got to lose? What? A handful of people saying you're shit? Yeah, but people say that anyway. You know? And the loudest voices are usually those who haven't got the balls to do anything themselves.
Yeah.
You know, all they're going to do is just whinge all their lives about how shit everything is. Why don't they try actually looking at areas where they can do something they'll be happy about? That's not,
Yes.
you don't need to go to a therapist for that. That's everybody. If you've ever had to pay bills for yourself and for others as well, right? There are things you have to do that aren't nice, but you have to earn a living. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But once you've done all that, you deserve, you know, like you said, you know, you can buy all the gear in the world, but if you're not going to use it, you do it. And I've been there. I remember waking up at 2 a.m, lifting my head off the floor in the studio in that room. I'm thinking, why have I got that? Why have I got that? Why have I got that? And I actually felt like shit because I realized I wasn't using any of it. And then I had to think, right, so what do I keep? I mean, with hindsight, some of it, maybe if I'd have kept, I would have sat on a nice nest egg. But, you know, it is what it is.
Oh, yeah, I know, babe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do that all the time. Like, I just sold my Mark II Keylab 61 because I hadn't used it for 6 months because I got this as my controller.
Hey,
Like,
whatever, man.
oh, yeah.
Whatever.
I must admit, I was at one point, I used to, regardless of what gear was knocking around up here at the time, I would find myself spending hours in the front room playing. Do you remember the Clavinova in the front room?
Yeah. The one your mum used to like.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I initially bought it for her, wasn't it? Because she used to use because I had a Yamaha organ.
Yeah.
And I was sort of like trying to learn on that. And she picked up on it and found that she could do that, you know, that number system, sight reading.
Yeah.
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 And she got herself a chord book and she was able to start pick out sort of like fundamental chords. So she knew, you know, she'd hit a chord and go, oh, that's D major and stuff. And I go, is it? Oh, okay. I know, you know, I play that shape, but that's a D, is it? I didn't know that. Because I don't have to know, I suppose. But, and she learned really well. And of course, when I got rid of the organ, and she turned around to me one day and she goes, oh, I really miss, you know, having the organ in the front room. And I went, I've just thought of what the ideal birthday present for you, mate. And I bought that Clavinova. And I think I picked the right time to do it as well because it was $5,000. It's brand new. And it was in a, you know, one of those organ showrooms. I was talking to the guy on the phone. And I said, oh, I'm interested in this, you know, a Clavinova. And he goes, oh, we have this 301, CP 301. Yeah. It has this, that, and the other, real touch piano, 88 note, and all this business, wooden keys, and all this cobblers. And I'm going, fucking hell, all right. And I said, so, and I'm looking online, and there it is, and it's 4,999, right? And he goes, we can do it for you. This was without me saying a word. He goes, we can do it for you for 1950. I went, okay then. Gave him the credit card number and boom. And he goes, we will deliver it to you after the weekend. Thank you very much. Boom. And it turned up. I set it all up in the front room. She comes back from the hairdressers where she used, remember when she worked at part-time at the hairdressers?
Yeah.
And she come home and I went, ta-da, like that. And she went, holy hell, what the?
Yeah, what the?
Yeah, I said, yeah, listen, yeah, turned it on and everything. I said, right, listen to the grand piano on it. And she went, okay. And she started playing it and she's going, oh, and the strings and like this and all. I said, yep, get all your music books, mate. Off you go. And she did.
Oh, she must have been.
She was a dog with two dicks for like weeks with that. She just loved it.
Was that back in the days when you used to have synths in the toilet? There was always something in the bog, the downstairs bog.
You want to see the bog now? There's about 14 keyboards in there.
Oh, God.
And the hall as well. So Fiona's complaining. She goes, I have to go upstairs to use the toilet every time now. I can't use the downstairs toilet. I said, well, no, not until Tuesday.
I don't get it. I mean, I've noticed that. I mean, I think I was watching Bit a few weeks ago. I noticed your workshop's gone bigger or the layout's changed because you were on the floor with something, an Oberheim 8 voice, and I thought, where's the bench?
Yeah, do you know what? I gave up on benches. I really
Back?
did.
Was it your back?
Yeah. No, it was just. I'm more comfortable on my knees. Always have been. Since I was 2, sitting in front of the TV watching Thunderbirds rocking backwards and forwards with a Lady Penelope
So
car.
basically, it's a psychological, it's a comfort thing. You're
And
comfortable, you want,
Yeah, and so I can kneel on the floor. It doesn't matter that I'm 62. I can kneel on the floor.
You're not 62 yet. You're going to be 62.
All right, 62 in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Oh, right.
But I can kneel on the floor for 8 hours, no problem at all. And everything's there. It's the biggest bench in the world, the floor.
Only
I can have everything around me and la 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 la, get on with it. Do you know what I mean? And of course, that way the dog can sit next to me with her head over my lap and snore, which you do a lot, woman. Or I can have Nelly this side or whatever, and get on with stuff. And yeah, I'm fine on the floor. Dig it.
How long did you have to wait to get your montage? When you bought it?
I bought it, it turned up.
Right, because there's just this ever-rolling sort of waiting list / it's almost like, I mean, I'm grateful. I feel blessed that I've got a Rolex, but I bought that years ago. But now it's almost like to buy some of these synths, it's like waiting lists for watches. They're always there, 12 weeks, 10 weeks, and it's almost like,
yeah.
And I think, well, what's going on? Don't they want to sell the gear?
I think there might have been delays in shippings or something like that, because I phoned up, not phoned up. I went to the Thomann site, and there was the M8X, and I went buy.
Thomann.
Yeah, well, it's Thomann to get it. So all the shipping and all that cobblers it's all included. It just turns up at the door. If anything, they swallow the extra on the shipping.
I did notice. I mean, even at the moment, even Korg are doing. If you buy directly from them, I mean, I told you, didn't I? My Korg DS8.
Yeah.
Clive Bonner, who used to be Korg's in-house, he's gone independent, and he actually he restored it to new. He's even the power supply. He even changed the keys on the keyboard. It just feels like a completely different instrument. But if you buy from Korg, you actually get a little bit more warranty, and they give you 30 days return as well. And at the moment, they've slashed the prices on. I think I mentioned this somewhere. I don't think I've mentioned it to any of you guys. I bought the Modwave Mark II.
Yeah.
After a couple of days of thinking, what the, because I looked at the tiny display, lots of knobs, the keyboard isn't hot, and that's an understatement. I started programming it, and then what happened was when I was trying to save patches, the unit would lock up, it'd freeze. And I thought, is this a me error? So then I thought, okay, let's just try moving preset patches to a user area with a few tweaks. Same thing. And that really horrible syncing feeling you get where something's not right, but you don't want to just ring up and whinge and say, and I persevered till the last week. And in the end, I just had to ring them back and say, look, and the guy sounded shocked, so I made a video on the phone. Yeah. Instantly, they sent me a shipping label and said, just send it back. But it was really disheartening because it sounded great.
Yeah.
But the build on it was just, maybe the racks are made better, but the keyboard, I can remember when I took it out of the box, I thought, this doesn't feel very solid, And I thought, well, okay, it's a different.
It's a lot of money for a Raspberry Pi and a cheap keyboard.
That's what came to mind. I thought, are they just running Raspberry Pis in here with, And I thought, but the remarkable thing is, whatever the memory unit they're using, there's a lot of space. Because when it was booting up, it took a little longer because I was deliberately just trying to replicate patches to see how often it had crashed. And it was like, it was 50% of every, when you'd go to save, I'd wince and think, oh, right, fine. And I wasn't backing anything up. So in the end, I just thought I had to wash my hands of it.
Sounds like an address issue, damaged RAM or something.
I don't know what it was, but I just
Yeah.
thought, yeah.
Yeah. But
So,
it's like I got a 106 here,
oh,
and when you turn it on, it had the transpose and the group A and B light LEDs, and then the verify, save, and load lights come on. No digit display, nothing,
yeah.
no sound. It's completely locked up, right?
Mm.
So I investigate it, and something on the power supply's gone, which is this precision voltage regulator. It's special, so it had to be ordered in special. And it's supposed to, produce this exact 5 volts. So it's clearly a reference voltage for the DAC and everything. And I got that and fitted it.
Yeah.
Read the voltage, and it was 5 volt until I connected up the CPU, and then it dropped to 2.5. So there was something on the CPU board gone. I thought, all right, well, what I'll do, just to save time for now, I've got a spare CPU board. So I put a spare CPU board in it, turn it on, and it fires up. Central display, use the control, use the front panel. Yeah, all 6 voices there, playing it fine. I thought, well, what I'll do is I'll just put factories on this and give it back to him that way.
Yeah.
I load the sounds on.
Crash.
No, the load light went out as it's supposed to do, and then it just didn't come back. I went, oh, bugger. So turned it off, turned it back on again, and I got the lights again. And the voltage regulator I fitted is now dead again. And the CPU board's got this issue. And I'm going, there's something in the synth that's actually destroying other parts of the synth.
That's shocking.
I'm going, I've never seen this before. I'm going, but so I've got to go over it tomorrow and try and find out it's actually eating itself.
Remember, kids, vintage analog's great when it works. When it doesn't, it's just hell.
Yeah. Well, the older it gets, the more weird the problems get.
You might remember, or you might not. Years ago, I think I sent a 106 your way. Never mind all the JX3Ps and MKS30s that came your way. There was a 106 because I got it quite cheap. Well,
yeah.
Comparatively speaking to now. I mean, back then it was about 350 quid. And I remember it was a VCA or a VCF issue. It just kept blowing the voice.
Yeah. And always the same voice.
Yeah. Because there's always
the
that
voice.
round robin test you do where you can cycle through the 6 voices. Is it 1, 2, 3? And then it would always be the same one, the 5th or the 6th voice. And it would just sound really distorted. And my heart would sink and I'd think, God, what's this?
Yeah, but we replaced that VCF, VCA, and then it would sound fine. And then over a period of time, we'd start, even the new ones, start to crash. Something was killing it, but couldn't find anything wrong.
Every time you fix something on mine, I wouldn't. If I remember correctly, there were 4 instances. There was an OB8, there was a 106, there was an MKS30, and there was one other synth. It might have been a Profit. But all I remember is selling them quite quickly afterwards because I just had this horrible feeling that a part of me thought, is it the voltage supply in my studio? Is it something there? Because I'm using like always and double plugs, and I thought, well, whatever it is, I just can't. Do you know what I mean? It's just the amount. Look, I mean, Ken, it's not all right. It's the time and money that you just end up losing, and then they just look great as props on the back wall. They're just there. You're never going to use them, and they're just chronically ill.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
So you would get a machine that just refused to just work and stay working. Every now and again, you get one machine that would just be a total bastard constantly, no matter how much money you spent on it, no matter how many parts you put in it, it still just would fall over.
I've been offered Oberheim expanders about 2 or 3 times in the last 10 years. And I've just had to say no. Not because of the price so much, but in my head, I can just visualize that bloody fuzzy display, which I think, oh God, how long's that gonna last, right? Because I'll always ask, oh yeah, servicing, and they're always, some ex-studio unit. So you just have a twiddle around, and I can get a feel. Oh right, okay, that rotary's a bit, end of life. The display's starting to get a bit bloomy, and you'd listen and you'd think, oh, okay, what about the outs? One of the outputs is starting to crackle a bit, and there's no way, when you're looking at these things, to test the CV and gate, unless, someone, and nobody's ever got it hooked up so that you've got all the CV and gates out. And in my head, I'd be thinking, well, that's about £300-400 plus of repair. Whenever all of that goes, well, more now. And I just, with a really heavy heart, I'd have to say no, because I think lovely sound, but no, I don't want to be buying into all that trouble.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, the OBRM expander comes with its own set of issues now.
I know that the displays, they're available aftermarket.
Yeah, but the filters aren't.
No, they're not.
You will not find them anywhere.
Not even like a close match. There's always people making chips and...
No, they didn't do one. Even AES didn't do one. Did 3340 and 3320 and all the rest of it, but they did not do the 33. I think it's the 3374 or 72. I can't remember which one it is.
Because the expander,
which is the dual.
Yeah, it's got.
Yeah, and they don't do them. Yeah, exactly. And the computer version sounds just as good. So
yeah,
it's not worth the pursuing it really. Yeah, I mean there is where there's the odd synth where there are parts in it that are the only way you could get the replacement part is to buy another one and trash it for the parts where nobody's got them anywhere.
You mean carcassing? You're basically carcassing an old synth.
Yeah, and there's a few like that. The Oberheim expander has just become that. That's just come onto the danger list.
Oh.
There's a few on there. I mean, you think, oh yeah, well, what about the CS80? No, I've got parts for the CS80. I've got parts for lots of CS80s. Not a problem. But those was it 70? I'm sure it's 3372. It's either 72 or 74. I can't, because one's a VCO, one's a filter, and there's nobody, even all the old obsolete stockists, haven't got them. They've run out. There's no more left.
Because I know that the envelopes are all software, which is why it's as small as it. Well, relatively speaking, if it was, because it's supposed to be a kind of modular expander, as is the 12. But the envelopes are all in software, which is why they're not as, say, sharp as a Roland or even a Sequential Pro envelope. But that filter is unique to that instrument. Yeah. Speaking of unique sounding, what's the Arturia Polybrute 12 like?
From what I've heard, it sounds absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. That's all I've heard. I mean, I've heard a lot of demos of it. And then I looked at it and I thought,
But I like the action, keyboard action. That's what's fishing me in. And I nearly got one, but certain things went awry and I couldn't buy it. And now I'm financially tied up for a while. But I so badly would love to have one of them.
Yeah, I was looking at the Moog Muse as well. And I thought, it's different sounding. The filter in it is similar.
Yeah, if the SEMS 3372 comes up, then it's probably the 74 that's not available. Because I tore the planet apart looking for two for an expander here. And no, I ended up actually talking to other techs I knew and Robert Rosen said he's got a couple, but he says he really wants to hang on to them. I went, okay.
Possibly for Anthony's expander if he's got one, or.
Yeah, but it seems there's always little bits coming along. That sort of like a replacement for a particular thing that's hard to get hold of.
Yeah, that's what
there are some things now where forget it. You're not getting it.
Which is harsh.
What's this?
It is what it is.
Between the Polybrute and the Polybrute 12, it will be, well, obviously the extra 6 voices, but it's mostly, from what I can tell, that polyphonic aftertouch keyboard. Yeah.
Just like more than poly aftertouch.
Oh, it's, a lot more than that. I think there's, 3 modes? 3 modes on it?
It's 3.
So you're talking more like, it's like getting a Polybrute, but with an Osmos keyboard.
Yeah.
Type of thing.
I looked at the Osmos as well, and then I part of me, I can't help but try to think a little bit down the line, and I thought, it's nice now. What about actually getting to use it, and how long will I get to use it? And I just couldn't, like when I look at the Polybrute 12, or even when I look at the Gemini and the Super Gemini and those synths, I can find use cases for them, but something like the Osmos, I think, no, not for me. No. Something in the same way, I know there's people who love omnichords, but I've seen them, and I've tried to, like, when you put them in a mix, unless you're going to be making it's because of the way they sound. They're actually, the older ones are quite noisy as well. They weren't designed for professional
they were
recording. Yeah. So I mean, because somebody's done one. I mean, you had it on your show. I saw the thingy of that, the Kickstarter, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. It can actually output MIDI as well. But then I thought, what you said, I thought, well, if it's good at doing that, isn't it a little bit overpriced then for that facility? You should just make a device.
It did strike me as being a bit pricey, I must admit.
Yeah.
I mean, to be ideal,
because that's going to be the real case use.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as you know, omnichords, they're not bleeding cheap, are they? If you can find one.
No. There was one on Reverb. I remember I think earlier this year, it was running into thousands, and I thought, that's outrageous.
Yeah.
It had MIDI, but I thought, it's still an omnichord. And I remember seeing so many of them, just like in bric-a-brac places or junk shops, Justin, in the UK, bric-a-brac. And they'd just be sitting there, and you'd ask the guy. Sometimes he'd say 40 quid, other times he'd say, 20 quid, but I don't know where the power supply is. And you'd look at it and you'd think, well, but I just couldn't do it. In the same way, there's the Roland, is it the RS09 strings? There used to be hundreds of them.
Yeah.
And now I see those going for like £700-800, and I'm thinking, no, they're awful.
I think a lot of people wanted them. And that's what was pushing the price up, because essentially the ensemble in the RS09 is the
it's the chorus unit.
It's the chorus unit from the
VP330.
No. For God's sake.
The
expensive rack
unit. Was it the 2-4?
No, the rack unit.
Oh.
Dimension D.
Yeah, Dimension D.
Yeah, I know.
Right. And it has an audio in. So you can plug another a keyboard into it and have stereo Dimension D. Hello. Admittedly, only the one preset of it, which is, 4. Preset 4. You don't get 1, 2, and 3 variants on the RS. I think, no, wait a minute. I think you get 1. You get 1 and 4.
You get 1 variant.
Yeah, but because it has this audio in, you can plug something in and have that dimension sound on it. But admittedly, the whatchamacallit people. I've forgotten their name again. Remind me of the name of the people again, guys, in chat. Of the, they do the accelerator cards and do the effects for the accelerator cards. Although you don't need the accelerator card anymore now.
Mac DSP.
Something audio.
Or Universal Audio.
Universal Audio.
Yeah.
Their Dimension D is absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
It
I
absolutely
was about
nailed
to say,
it.
a lot of these effects now, you can get
UAD,
them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Universal Audio, yeah, that's the puppies. Yeah, their one is absolutely stunning.
Mm.
So, but yeah, again, there's still obviously this thing where, it's got to be worth it. For instance, the argument I give for the CS80 over the CS80 plugins, as good as they are, there's something about sitting in front of the 80 itself and interacting directly with that hardware over playing the software. But when it comes to things
Even
like
with the
the
new-
omnichord, I don't think it really matters, and it wouldn't matter if it was an RSO9 either. It doesn't have to be an RSO, it's
but
just
even
another
with
little
these
keyboard.
but even with these new keyboards that have got polyphonic aftertouch, like the Polybrute 12, do you think it still matters as much to have, 100 kg of wood, metal, and plastic? And, do you think it matters as much?
Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, because at the end of the day, the engines that it's playing from that keyboard, if you had a Hydrosynth for much less money, you get at least some of that. Or if you've got a Roly or an Osmos even, and you're getting some of that facility.
I have
As
to
far
say,
as
I
the
wasn't
sounds
that
are concerned, there's other synthesizers that do similar sounds as well. But there is something about that PB12, the way it's put together and everything. It's just, I just like it. And I've never really been
there's a
an
lot of-
Arturia fan at all.
No. Yeah, I looked at that. I looked at the original one as well with that Morphe touch thing. And I thought, there's a lot going on here. So there's a lot of scope for just doing really good ambient stuff and like doing really sort of just sound beds and programming. And then when the 12 came out, I thought, they've nailed it with this. They've really, really, and I looked at the price and I thought, yeah. Whereas when I looked at the Moog, I thought, okay, the Muse is basically a 1, but they've taken the good bits out of the 1. The filter is essentially the one that's on the Voyager. Because I still use the Voyager. And I thought, okay, but then I thought it's in polyform. The only downside, I've not played a Muse because, out in the sticks, the nearest showroom, if anybody had one, for me, would be like 25 miles away. But my concern, I used a memory Moog, and I've used, the polyphonic. When you've got heavy-duty analog synths, playing them polyphonically, they're really, really, the signal's hot. They just fill every space in a mix.
Yeah.
You have to, you know what I mean? You can't, okay, the classic example is that, okay, it's old, but the Miami Vice soundtrack, Jan Hammer used a Jupiter 8, and he used a memory Moog, right? So he used those two polys, and DX is mostly probably for the piano stuff he'd do, but they take up a lot of space in a mix because especially the memory Moog just eats up everything, So I thought, is the Muse like that? Or is it a bit tamer? All Moog synths, they always tend to overload just naturally.
I'll tell you what. Let's see if we can get. Let's go knock on Robbie's door and get him in. He might be able to give us a.
Well, while you're doing that,
you go. Because every time he plays that Polybrute 12, I hear something else, something new that's make me go, oh God, I wish I had one of them. Where is he? So let's see what he's about. See if we can find Shriek Bat as well. Oh. Right.
Said it before, I'll say it again. The Alesis Quadrasynth,
I
probably
know.
one of the most underrated synths.
I
ever.
had no idea it sounded like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
I've
a
heard the
very
name.
thick lush.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
hello. I've heard the name in passing and stuff like that. Never actually heard one. And then you got yours and you started playing it. I'm going, hang on a minute. This is sounding a bit bloody lush, isn't it? I go, how come I'm not familiar with this? Because normally if there's a lush sounding synth knocking about, I want to know about it, you know? And that one, boom.
I had a microphone, and I had access to an Andromeda some time back. And the Andromeda was that. There's a lot of power in there. If there's any good ones knocking around now, they're going to be worth a pretty penny.
Oh yeah. Well, those are few and far between.
Yeah.
These you could get for like a couple hundred.
Yeah.
And that's
And-
value for money right there.
Yeah, and I've got two. Well, I've got the original one in the middle, and then I've got the updated one that came out in '95, which is the Quadrasynth Plus piano. Basically, they've added more banks, they've added more wave ROM. It was already a 64 voice synth in '93, which was unheard of. You've got a 16-part performance mode, which they call mix mode. That was unheard of. It's got built-in ADAT, so you could take all four outputs, which are your main outputs and your aux outputs. You got 4 channels of ADAT, so it would go right into their ADAT setup.
Why didn't it sell? I can't. I mean, there must have been. I've got a feeling here they were probably cleared out about £1,000 or something.
So you think about it. '93, what was big? It would have been like the Roland JV stuff. It would have been the Corgo 1W. Yamaha had the SY series. Like that was dominating the market too.
Yeah.
You know, and then something like this. You know, Alesis were more known for the ADAT setup than anything at the time.
Yeah.
Plus maybe the Quadraverb. This comes out and, you know, it completely flies under the radar. They got a little bit of traction afterwards with the QS line. I know those, as far as I know, did fairly well. Those came in like 61, 76, and 88. So I know they did well with that. But you're talking 96, 97, that was when kind of virtual analog was really, you know, making a wave.
Yeah.
Because I had, you mentioned the Roland. I had a JB1080, early '94. I was still at uni, and then I had it for that long. It was a studio workhorse. A bit of sacrilege. I exchanged. It was a Roland Juno 6 or a 60. Wait for it. In part exchange with the analog synth board with the JB 1080. And this was in the mid-90s. Can you just imagine that? I can remember the shop I did it in, and I can remember the guy I was talking to. God almighty. God. But I have to say, in my defense, I used that as a studio bread and butter thing. I even learned how to program it, even though, you know, it had that 2-line display.
The 2-line display, the 2080 would have been better.
Yeah, it never crashed, never hung. You know, 64 voices was a lot, but I never used all 16 parts. I'd probably use 4, 5, maybe 8. I mean, you know, bass, you're only going to need one note. So you might have a couple of bass things going just to double and, you know, batten things up. You mentioned virtual analog. I had the Prophecy. I had the Novation Supernova. I had the Rack Mount. I had the Supernova 2. And I think I had the Nova at one point as well. So it must have been a progression. I finally got the big one, and then I bought the extra voices for it. And it was always a mystery to me why those synths had much more multi-timbrality, more voices, And yet, here we are, 30 years later. Novation's flagship sounds beautiful, but it's only bitimbre.
Yeah.
And it's 16 voices.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas back then, they were all 6-part, 8-part, 16-part.
Yeah, multi-timbral.
And each part could run 6 or 7 effects from the effects engine independently. And he had all those audio outs,
Oh, yeah. So, yes, these are 64 voices, but keep in mind, a single program is 4 layers, or 4 partials in Roland speak, if you will.
Yeah.
But you can split them, so you can create splits on that without even going into the mix mode or the performance mode, which was, really nice to have. I mean, that sound that I was playing was a mix, which is a testament to how big it sounds. That's a single program. Now that's a single program.
Yeah, that's really lush.
Oh, yeah.
Kent, were you playing a bit of Vangelis there? It sounded like Vangelis.
With that bloody A013 again. I do like that sound, though, I must admit.
I'm going to call it a night in a bit. I can feel myself winding down.
Well, Robbie's be joining us in a little while.
I just haven't got it in me to do all nighters anymore. That's a really nice flute sound, isn't it? That's a flute.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. With the bends on it as well.
Yeah, so that's all in the velocity.
But
and then the aftertouch, you control how fast the bend goes.
I've known Shaker for years. Actually, you're originally an unsuspecting customer, weren't you?
Yeah.
It's got to be 20 odd years ago now, isn't
it? 19. It's 19 years. I think it'll be 20 years next year. I can't even remember what the first thing I came to you to get fixed was, but you did a really good job, so I came back with a lot of stuff. And then sometimes the thing is, like the car I had, I'm on my third. So when I came the first time, I had an Audi. Then I had the R32 Golf, which I got rid of, but that was just sitting in the driveway for the last year and a half. So we've got electric cars now, so I've got a Polestar 2, but I've got the Performance Plus version. So, when you're really heavy with the right foot, 0 to 60 in 3.8 seconds.
I seem to remember many an evening, 2 o'clock in the morning, both of us sitting in the front room, completely covered in 9 dogs drinking lager.
Yeah. My God.
If memory serves.
Yeah. God, man, I can't even. It is its age. Oh, that's an awful thing to say. I'm not. Well, my dad now, he's 80, and he has slowed down a bit.
Yeah, mate, state of mind.
Yeah.
Honestly, state of mind.
It's also but it's lifestyle choices as well, Kent, because I've found that if I don't get enough sleep, then the next day I really do feel it. I feel it here. When you've got a lot on, you feel it.
Yeah.
And I don't like being sluggish at all. So, because I like to be able to just get everything done, chill, X, Y, Z. But I mean, friends of mine, some of them they've got health problems galore, diabetes. They're on blood pressure pills, cholesterol. Touch wood, I've not got any of that.
Yeah.
And that's because it's just, you're still living the same life you were living when you're in your 20s and 30s. One of my mates, one guy, oh God, I could not believe this. He told me that he basically had a heart attack as he left the gym.
Oh, God.
But the doctor, because I was making the joke about, well, you know, some people say exercise can kill you. And then he went into the whole thing, and I said, you're lucky, mate. Cut a long story short, 3-4 months prior, he was warned that his blood pressure and his cholesterol were really, really shooting up, and he needs to make changes to his lifestyle.
Yeah.
And he went like, what? He goes, well, you're eating too much crap, and, you know, all your readings are... And I went, well... And he goes, well, what I basically did was just spent more time in the gym without making the diet changes. And he goes, I was leaving the gym, and he goes, I was feeling really exhausted and getting dizzy spells. He goes, I got to the car, and he goes, I climbed in the car, and I just sort of tumbled sideways. He goes, luckily for me, because it was in the daytime, all these people saw what happened, rang an ambulance. And when they got him there, literally within an hour, they had to cut his chest open. You know, and they put stents in.
Oh, I don't know.
So, yeah, you know, it's like, I mean, everybody's different, but you are right. How you know, how you feel makes a lot of difference to how, you know, you see everything else as well.
Yeah.
You know, and I like to, you know, and I've always been a sort of, there's got to be a better way, or there's got to be a this, but because I've seen people get really ground down by by life issues. I think, right, okay, you know, the last thing you want to do is just, I just physically cannot stay up for 16 hours a day anymore. You know, 16, 17, 18 hours. No, man, it's too much.
Yeah.
And on that and on that health is wealth note, I'm going to take your lead, buds, and yours, Justin.
Yep.
All right, dear.
Good night, guys. Take care. Bye bye.
All right, mate. Look after yourself. Yeah, good old guy. He's old shaker. Oh, God, stiff as a board. I must have got about 4, maybe 5 machines done today.
Nice.
Although that 106 was a complete failure. I've got to do it again tomorrow. But hey, got to take the rough with the smooth. And I've got to go down in the workshop tomorrow and have a look for that LF311 for you, Conrad. But I must admit, I've been thinking about that. I'm trying to remember now if they are CAN types, they might be dual-in lines, but you can extend the legs and then, you know, solder them into the socket in the board.
Right.
Still, it doesn't have to be the CAN type, because there are some CAN types that you just can't get anymore anyway, and you end up having to extend the legs and then put them into because it's a circle of through holes. It works just as well. You're right under there, missus. It's your spot now, is it? Stretches out under there. Yeah, carbs can be bad. Real bad.
Unless you burn them off like I do. Like, I exercise a lot, but it's because other than this, it's like therapy for me. So I'm okay with eating a high carb diet because I know I'm going to burn it all off anyway.
Yeah.
Lugging an M8X up and down stairs.
That helps.
Actually, 60 pounds, it's not terrible. Plus, it's easy to carry. Like the weight.
Yeah, it is easy because it's not that big, is it? You know.
No. No, that
it's like the Matrix 12 is quite deep. It really, really hurts your arm trying to carry on. So I tend to have to lift it in front of me like that.
Yeah. Well, the RD1000 was like that too. Like,
I
barely could get a grip on it, so I had to go around the back of it and then have back part of it, and then where the keys are, take it in this hand just to get it off the stand and into the case or whatever. But
but no,
but no, the M8X quite
Yeah,
comfortable.
it's like the CS8 is a trolley only.
Mm.
So I have my trolley in its tri-state, so you can get it up and down and over all the various lumps and bumps that you have to get it to the front door from the workshop,
And
which
then
is
you
all
gotta
uphill as well.
And then you got to tune it again because isn't that where all the trim pots are?
Oh no! Once I've done them and sealed them off, they go all up around the world and stay in tune. Thank
There
God.
you go.
So, mind you, it did take a little while to perfect that particular, part of the restoration to get them to stay in tune, and then you could rattle them about all over the place.
Mm.
Although I always recommended that people don't put the casters on them and move them on the casters, because that is just asking for trouble.
Yeah.
And of course, that's exactly how they were sold.
Mm.
People just wheeling them along and then wonder why, every single voice in it was out in one direction or the other. Because even when they were brand new, they would go out of tune by doing that. So, and now I almost never ever see an 80 come in that has casters on it anyway.
Right.
Almost never. So probably just as well. It's the ones that turn up with no lid. That's the ones. I hate storing them when they haven't got a lid.
Yeah, because who knows what's going to happen to them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, doesn't take much.
Yeah.
And it's almost like a shellac paint on it, so it chips, doesn't scratch, it chips, and a big lump of it comes off, and you've got like this bare wood showing. It's like So, fortunately, I've got the colour for it, so I have to restore the other ones that have got like bits of wood missing and Christ knows what else. Try and make them look all beautiful again. So,
Conrad, I kind of disagree with that. I actually, I'm a runner, so I do a lot of running. But like I said, it's therapy for me, and it's more mental than anything. But I've also got I've got a total gym for all my strength training, and I absolutely love it. Do whatever I want on it, and honestly, I enjoy exercising. So you're not gonna, you're not gonna sway me from that at all. Sorry. And honestly, my singing ability has gotten a lot better over the 10 years because when you're doing cardio, you're also having to control your breathing, and a lot of singing, there's breath control, so it's definitely improved like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but we're all built differently, aren't we? We've all got different tolerance levels and what have you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's very D50.
Yes.
Got a touch of 80 brass in there.
That's it. Very nice.
That is. Let me see here.
Let's put it says it's going through.
M1009. Yeah, that's a multi. What else I got in here?
Oh, that's why. Hang on.
Let me go through all my favorites. As my stupid radiator goes off. Shut up. And that's why I can't record up here.
Ah.
Stupid freaking radiator.
So what's it actually doing then?
It's letting steam out, so it's a steam radiator.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, old school. They're all like my gigging sounds that I used to gig with and stuff. You'll find there's a ton of brass stuff.
Yeah.
That one. Let's see, my custom really heavy lead sound. That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Then anything that I need to double up with like a heavy electric guitar.
Cool. It's funny how sometimes this 80 just will not respond the way you think it should. Good God, another loopback update.
Oh, that might be the one that Robbie got,
Yeah.
which that was the thing that I think got his Stream Deck working again.
Okay. I think he wants me to quit that. Right, now where's the update? Oh, that's clever. Where'd it go? Where'd who go? So look, recents.
Oh yes, James, it can do very Roland-esque.
Sounds nice.
Oh, Conrad, that was the Hydra he was playing. And to be more specific, it was this patch.
That is a lovely sound.
Yeah. No, Conrad, I got this last summer. Actually, beginning of July, I got this. About the same time I got, basically working on updating my live rig. I got this. I got the, got a Roland VR760, and then I got the Yamaha CK88.
No, it will not. No,
Conrad, yeah, Conrad, if you have the deluxe, it is A013. If you have the 49, it's probably somewhere else, or it might not even be on the 49. And yes, this is a Karma.
It's asking for an ARC update. Let's have a look, see what we can find here. ARK update. Ah, software.
Yeah, there's a big difference. The Explorer is 1 layer. The Deluxe is 2.
For loop back. There we go. Let's see what we find here. Nice.
Very. Oh, I gotta listen to that album again.
No, was it? That's it. Again.
Yeah.
Something like that, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Something like that.
I never get it right. I'm trying to remember the last time I bloody played it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird. This is not, yeah, no, it's not finding it. How bizarre. Okay. Obviously, I can't update this because it won't let me.
Oh, that's odd.
It's asking for an ARC update.
An ARC update?
Yeah. It says, sorry, cannot continue until you put on the ARC update. Then says no more about it.
Wonder if Robbie can help when he comes in.
Yeah, maybe. I'll let it sit there for a while until such time. Because although I've got the update for Loopback, I do not have the ARC plugin, which didn't pop up and hasn't asked for right up until I, downloaded the thing. So I don't know.
Interesting.
So we shall see.
Conrad, that was from the Lion King soundtrack.
Yeah.
True
Bit of
Colors
Zimmer.
would have been. Yeah, True Colors would have been. And so on and so forth.
Yeah,
Keep it under 5 seconds.
I think Hans really pushed the boat out when he did that Lion King score.
Oh gosh, yeah.
There's quite a few really iconic little bits in that in the score.
So memorable.
Yeah, I was so sold on it. I think I remember saying to him, "You clever bastard," on the phone to him. I went,
Yeah.
I've just watched Lion King. You clever bastard. Yeah. So,
Oh man.
where do you get that from? Oh, Is that, what's that one? The bit where it goes. I think you can play it better than I can, but when it's almost like there's a bit of Gladiator in it as well.
Oh, is it like near the end of the movie
Something that's just,
where he's walking up, where he's just about to take his, like after he, is it right after he kills Scar, or no, he doesn't kill Scar. The hyenas do. And he's right about to walk up Pride Rock. I
that bit. I remember listening to it, and of course, and all the animation is very sympathetic to it as well, and vice versa. And they're watching it and going, "Oh, you bastard, that's beautiful."
It's in a couple of spots. It's right after the stampede when he discovers, when Simba discovers Mufasa dead.
Yeah.
It's there. It's also when Mufasa's ghost appears, like it's bigger.
And he does the slumping on that cliff top, and the leaves going off into the air.
Yeah, and then near the end, there's another version of that before it goes back into that theme when he starts walking up the rock.
Yeah.
I hate him.
Mind you, but when you do listen to it, especially if you listen to it without picture, with the greatest respect to Hans, it sounds like bits that didn't make it into Gladiator.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like, we could just
Yeah.
do that and stretch it this way. I mean, hey, why not? You know, recycling is part of the game, surely.
When did Gladiator come out? Like
98, 99?
Yeah.
Something like that.
So he was probably working on Gladiator before Gladiator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
But
Conrad,
I must
you're
admit,
probably
I don't know whether
it's
maybe it's my fault, I don't know. But I walked away from Blade Runner 2049, not a single note in my head.
Yeah.
Weirdly.
Yeah,
I remember walking out of the cinema after watching Blade Runner, and the whole thing was imprinted in my head, like with a big metal stamp, you know?
Oh, yeah.
But not a note of 2049 stayed with me after I watched it. Weird, that.
Oh, yeah, like, I think it depends on who, obviously Vangelis didn't do it.
Yeah.
But what were they going for? Were they trying to go for something memorable, or?
I think they wanted to be as faithful to the original film as humanly possible. I know. I mean, because Hans hit me up and he said, he says, that CSA you done for me. He says, it's been in the cupboard since. What was the film he used it on? Oh shit. There was a particular film he used her on. It will come to me. I think it was. Oh no, what was it? Batman. It was Batman Begins. He used it on Batman Begins. So he bought this fully restored CS80. She was done to the nines. He paid through Richard an astronomical amount of money for it. Not like today's prices, but it was, for then it was a lot of money. I think it was about
Still
22k. Had it shipped over, and I think he played 6 notes on it in the entire score. Right at the end, you can hear it. And then it was put in a cupboard. And then he pulled it out again to do 2049.
Yeah.
And he said, he said, we turned it on in the main room. He said, it was completely in tune, everything working, and we could just get on with the score. He said, so I thought I'd phone you up and tell you, good man.
Nice.
I mean, good. When was the last time you turned on that fucking Harper 2500?
Yeah, the 2500.
Yeah. He said, no, she's gorgeous. I went, oh, cool. All right, cool.
Good.
Because if they do, fail, I do hear about it very quick. Well, it turns up on the front door.
Yeah, now
It
what
will
about that
now, because they're all in London now.
Yeah.
They are on my front door.
Conrad, you haven't seen The Lion King? You need to stop what you're doing and go watch it. I will say that, as far as I'm concerned, it was one of the last really good things that Disney has put out. I haven't liked anything they've done since Toy Story, the first one.
Yeah, I've kind of disengaged with a lot of it.
And
I
possibly
haven't
Pocahontas.
seen Moana or any of that. And there's a Moana 2 now as well.
Yeah.
And I haven't actually seen them.
I saw The Emperor's New Groove when that came out. My younger brother wanted to go, and I was kind of like roped into going. I had no interest in it. I don't remember a thing from that movie.
Mind you, I think the Lion King score is available on YouTube if you want to spare yourself the film.
Yeah.
Though it makes more sense, obviously, when you watch it with the image.
It does.
So, no, it was nice when he was doing the Batman films. I was listening to them, and getting all these various synths. Because I think the 2500's on Interstellar.
Oh.
In some capacity, I don't. Not necessarily, taking the lead in the score anywhere, but.
Yeah.
It's always little bits and bobs and stuff like that, But I am loving this sound, and I really must do something properly with it. Just a lovely chord progression.
Yeah.
But
yeah, especially when you get to that.
Yeah, that
B
and
flat
you
nine.
do that that A sharp,
Yeah.
which is the no, sorry, yeah, you do the A sharp, but on the chord you do the G sharp instead
Yeah.
to produce that. And I I don't mind admitting it took me 15 years to realise that I was playing it straight.
Yeah.
There, instead of there.
Oh, I've had that happen. Let's see. Let me find my. I was doing a. I want to say it was a school function. It was a daddy-daughter dance, and it was 80s night.
Oh yeah.
And I put together a band with some friends that are really good musicians, so we covered like all kinds of 80s stuff.
Nice.
And we wanted to try to get it as close as we could. So we did stuff like we did Gary Newman Cars, we did Human League Fascination, we did Always Something There to Remind Me, we did Take On Me, we did Power of Love. Oh, a bunch of Huey Lewis stuff because the drummer could sing it like beautifully. We did a couple of like those 80s Chicago David Foster era ballads. Like one of them was Hard Habit to Break.
Yeah.
And then when it gets to the bridge section, I couldn't tell you how long it took me to figure out the key change.
Yeah.
And there was one chord that I wasn't getting right, and I could never figure out what it was until about maybe a year ago. It was the next two chords after that B flat major 7.
Yeah.
I was doing this, and I'm listening to it last year, and I'm like, okay, that sounds all right. I'm gonna sit down and figure out what it is. So I had to go to YouTube, and I had to slow the playback down.
Yeah.
And I had to really listen, and because I kind of know theory a little bit, I got that.
Yeah.
So E flat minor over an F sharp, and
Right.
then so that's a B flat suspended 4 because you're taking the 3 and you're moving it up to the 4 over an F. And then the other two chords. There were some clever chord changes in all that stuff.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, just something else to make Robbie a little sick to his stomach. Yeah.
There was the one I used to mess around with. See, even now I'm dropping this thing. That's it. It took me ages to figure out that bloody where it goes. Was it? Yeah, see, I can't even find it myself now.
Yeah.
There. So I was cursing to Meter for like 2 weeks. Did you do that? I can't find it. But what I was trying to do, I was trying to learn it live, rather than, record it in. I want to be able to play this in a live environment because I think it was originally done on piano anyway. I believe. Like, all right, if it can be done on piano, it means it has to be able to do it live.
Yeah. Oh, I'll give you one.
Go on.
There's a group called Dirty Loops, and they're a trio out of Stockholm, Sweden. They started by covering like pop songs, but they reharmonized them. So they took like Alphaville's Forever Young, which is basically they completely ripped it apart and put a whole new chord progression and spin on it. So then they go, forever young, I wanna be forever young. Do you really wanna live forever? That wasn't the bit, but like these guys are serious musicians, and just watching the keyboardist makes me want to quit. Like he's that good. But they put out a an original tune last month that has this funk thing, but then it goes into this classical style bridge where the keyboardist is on this 9-foot Steinway just like tearing it up. And I'm listening like, okay, what is the arpeggio pattern and what are the chords? Because the chords are what I was interested in. I love like weird. So it probably took me, I think it took me a week to get it, but. Completely screwed it up. But when I first heard it, I'm like, all right, he's going through it, you know.
Yeah.
I did not expect that.
Yeah.
Diminished. And my ears were like, what? Like, I love diminished chords. I was like, okay, I quit. No, I don't.
What is this?
And my radiator goes off again.
Oh, cool. Nice. The guy who serviced Vangelis' CS80. I tell you what, the guy who hopes to have Vangelis' Nemo 80 in here in a few weeks' time on a kind of semi-permanent kind of loan. Talk about dog with two dicks. Can you imagine? Oh my God. I better have to bloody calibrate it first as well. Oh, you know, let's grab the camera and I'll take it over to CS80. Oh, what a wonderful camera. Hang on. Why is that turned off? There's the girl. Dun dun dun. Beautiful, beautiful girl.
She's beautiful.
Isn't she?
Oh.
Mind you, that's not a bad girl either down there.
No.
But
I can attest to that, the one on the bottom.
That's a special girl to me. So, I think it's 4, is it? No, I think it's 3 here at the moment. Not including that one. So, that makes 4, yeah. Don't count. But I was just actually looking to see if I could get this to actually sound with a bit of verb on it, but it's been a pain in the butt. I'm sure it has something to do with this loopback messing around, where when you assign it to the correct input, it shows up in the mixer. Oh, it's one keyboard. Hang on. It shows up in the mixer. Let's have a look. Where are you? There you are. It has an effect on it, but we're not hearing it. Okay, speaker on. Still not hearing it. Okay, let's have a look at its Cubasis output. Right, let's try and put something on here. I don't know why this has started. It's just started doing this lately. There you go. No. The verb is not there and not being heard. What if I stick it? Yeah, I don't know. I know it's got something to do with the loopback.
Yeah,
well,
I'm
I
not
suspect.
hearing it at all.
Yeah, see, that's on 3 different instances of within the mixer.
Yeah.
But it's not coming out. So what we're actually hearing is the 80. I think I just turned something off that I just wasn't supposed to. Hang on, let's put that back. We're hearing the 80 raw from the interface, and not hearing the processed signal.
Yeah, so you have to.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm calling up loopback, and it's just going. No, thank you. Just fire up, please. But it won't, because now it's just saying, no, you've got to have,
No, you got to have the update and you got to have the arc.
this arc thing, whatever the hell that is. So I don't know how much longer Robbie. He was watching a film apparently. So,
man.
So we could hear the 80 in her full glory. But and I'm not quite sure what the issue is. I tell you what. Oh, I tell you what. I might try. Let's try loading a different project, and I bet you anything you like, it works in the other project.
Yeah, no kidding, Azio. It better be a synth film.
What's that?
Oh, Azio's comment.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
Really.
No, it's probably not, because he's watching it with his missus, so it was probably going to
Yeah,
be...
she wouldn't have it.
No, not more keyboards. Had enough for him. Alright, so look, see what we got. I'm sure she doesn't sound like that. Alright, let's call up a template that might actually work. Okay, there's a template. Let's try this. Still nothing.
Nada.
Let's try it on there.
Okay, I've got the raw
Oh.
80.
Now I'm hearing the 80 again, so possibly if I attach that to there with that.
There it is.
Voila. No, it works on that template, doesn't work on the other template, or any fresh template.
Odd.
No idea. No idea why. So
Might be like some output settings or something.
Could
I
be,
would
yeah.
save this template.
yeah. Right, let's call this girl up. Let's see what we got on this particular thing. The other pedal. I think that's the patch they use on Albedo. and so forth and so forth. So there you go, a bit of 80. Oh, God. Nothing like a bit of 80.
Yeah.
Cleans the pipes out. Yeah, I need to play more. I need to practice. But I love playing the 80 and just moving sliders and trying out different stuff as you go along. Just you never know what you're going to get. You know,
Exactly.
I do have some personal favourites like flute, preset flute on 8 foot. Is a lovely lush little sound.
Yeah.
And I must admit, if I put Dimension D and the black hole reverb on it, and then get it so that you hear the 80 very, very clearly, but there's a lot of tail, but it's actually very quiet, but it's still detectable, then it works, because otherwise the mix gets too cluttered. And I never quite get it right. There's always too much tail.
Yeah.
So...
Well, the thing with the 80 is it's inviting. It's inviting you to play around with those sliders.
Yeah.
You know, that's beautiful.
Yeah, because all those performance controls are right there.
Oh, yeah. It's just laid out beautifully.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm a little bit rusty with the ribbon, because I used to be quite adept with the ribbon at one time. And it's something you have to keep practicing, because you can get that sort of like initial...
This one, I find, like, especially when I play out and my hands start to get sweaty, my hand grips the ribbon a little too much, and it's not as, like, especially if I want to do, like, vibrato or whatever.
Yeah, because on the 80, it's felt.
Right.
And so if your fingers are damp or whatever, it doesn't stick. However, what it does do is rust the spring, and it goes ding and breaks.
Yeah.
You know.
So how many of those is Stevie Wonder, completely worn out?
So I mean, it cost me. Oh, it was an arm and a leg to have 50 of these springs made. And I think I've only got about 10 left. To give you a rough idea how many ribbon controllers I've had to repair. Yeah, there he be. So, did you enjoy your romantic comedy?
I wouldn't call Oppenheimer a romantic comedy.
Oh, it is. I mean, love the bomb.
Yes. we took advantage of the fact that my daughter is staying over her boyfriend's tonight. Her bedroom is directly above the living room, and so we whacked the Atmos system full tilt, which for a Christopher Nolan movie is a real workout.
Is that a Zimmer score?
No. Was it Goranson? I forget what his name is now. The Icelandic guy.
Oh, him. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he writes
That
some
guy.
stuff. Yes, that guy. He does some good stuff.
Yeah. He's not bad. He's not bad. But it has. There are moments in there. I'd love to know what the instrument is. He used the violin.
Yeah.
Massively across that thing, the whole thing, because it has that kind of screechy tension building thing. But there's like a horn, and it's very Zimmer-esque.
Right.
It kind of goes, and I'd love to know exactly what that is, whether that is electronic, whether it's acoustic that's been processed.
Who knows, mate?
Indeed.
Well, we had Shaker on earlier, and he was
I saw.
he was attesting to the PB12 and whether it was worth it.
Yeah.
Word, yes.
I know. It's pretty much kind of what I said.
When you messaged me, I had a quick look. And I thought, oh, fucking hell, Shaker's on. I haven't spoken to him for ages. I like Shaker. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
So what he was asking whether it was worth it or not. He should have waited for somebody who's got one. Oh, well, Manny's in the chat. I mean, he'd tell him.
Yeah, Manny's only turned up like last 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, he wasn't on one.
Bloody dentists. Sorry, orthodontists.
Yeah, there's a difference.
Is there? What is the difference? Manny, come on, tell us. What's the difference between a dentist and an orthodontist? Apart from a much bigger bill. Because
my sister is a hygienist. And she did say the difference between a dentist and an orthodontist, because I remember getting a slap around the head for calling the guy she works with a dentist. And she goes, he's not, he's an orthodontist. Okay, so you just spelt it differently. But apparently there is a difference.
More invasive.
Hence a different name, I suppose.
You need a longer sign.
Yeah. You need wider doors.
Yeah. Your sign writing bill is bigger. Come on, Manny.
Yeah, let's go.
Orthodontist fixes
placements in it.
Orthodontist does braces.
Yeah. A dentist deals with teeth.
Here we go. Orthodontist. Here we go. Orthodontist is a specialty who only straightens teeth or corrects something.
Social development issues.
CR facial, is that craniofacial? Thank you. Don't give you some doctor speak. So corrects craniofacial development issues. Oh yeah, sort of like braces and that sort of thing. Yeah.
So less inclined to be pulling.
Yeah.
And drilling. No.
They're more of an artist than the demolition experts.
Because they're normally drilling involved with bridges, isn't there?
I haven't got that far, thankfully.
I don't know. And putting in metal gate posts and whatever.
Yeah, something that would get you beat up in school.
Yeah, basically.
Aye.
Yeah. No, me and dentists never had a great relationship. I was 15 years old, under injection, having milk teeth extracted, and the dentist had his knee up on my chest, pulling at the fuckers. And it was all done too late, because apparently my then second adult teeth, permanent set, whatever you want to call them, were cracked, buggered, coming out at all sorts of fucking weird angles.
Yeah, we had to...
I looked like a car crash when I smiled.
My son had to have some of his first teeth removed, because they weren't coming out of their own accord. But thankfully, he was quite young, and it was just... pop them out, and he seems to have a healthy set of chompers. So,
yeah.
And my daughter, she had to have braces and straightening and all that sort of stuff. For I don't know why. I mean, it's not like we've got a history of crooked teeth in the family, but she was recommended, and so she had to have braces and everything. Poor thing. But they all came off a couple of years ago, I think. But she starts to wear a retainer at night or something. So.
Oh, my retainer made me speak sunny for bloody ages. I couldn't get used to it.
Yeah, she does. Yeah. I've never been that lucky with my teeth.
No, it wasn't.
I had abscesses when I was quite young, sort of like 6, 7 years old, on like here, and I had the teeth. They were my baby teeth, and they took those out. But ever since then, I've had it's always been, because I've had 4 molars removed, 2 up here, 2 down here, plus my wisdom teeth, they've come out. And what happens is it means that the teeth around the gaps haven't got anything that supports them. And so they tend to crack around the edges. So,
have you ever had an abscess that was actually a hard abscess?
I don't. It was so long ago. I have no idea.
I've had a hard abscess, and it was awful. It was just so, because you can't pop it. There's no liquid. So, and it was a hard. Oh mate, wanted to die.
Yeah, I've had tons of, well...
It's very bad for your heart, apparently.
Yeah. I've had a number of root canals, which is why I'm surprised that any of my teeth get any pain at all, because most of them had the roots drilled out.
Yeah.
But my dentist now, because it's one of these... my previous dentist was just like a good old-fashioned NHS dentist, Nothing too flashy. It was all, pretty straightforward stuff. But they closed and moved all of their customers to this new chain of dental practices, which is a thing, of course, now. And they're in the business of all things to do with your mouth. So every time I go in there, have you thought about having implants? Oh, yes, I thought about it for a few seconds until I saw the price, and then I stopped thinking about them. Because that's, by Polybrute 12 for one implant. So,
and it's just a mere 3K now.
Yeah. 3099 at Toman, free delivery. In stock, shipping today.
Yeah, I know. Don't I know it? I tried, what's it? I said to Fiona, I said, I think I found something to get you for Christmas. And she
Blindfold?
Yeah. And she goes, what is it? I said, well, I didn't want to get you something ridiculous. Like, I said, if there's one thing I hate buying females is things like hoovers and ovens and stuff. I said, it's so sexist. That's really horrible. She goes, yeah, but it makes life easier. I said, yes, but it shouldn't be something you're giving somebody for Christmas or their birthday. You should be buying that anyway. And it's not and it shouldn't be just pointed towards, the female in the house kind of thing. I said, so I wanted to get you something relatively unusual. She goes, well, you better tell me what it is, just in case. I said, well, actually, what it is, it's a do-it-yourself modular. And she's gone, oh, really? I said, yeah. She goes, oh. I said, you've got something to build over Christmas and everything like that, and you can try, make sounds with it afterwards. She went,
oh, yeah. And bloops.
Yeah. I said, oh, I like the sound of that. She goes, but I thought we weren't going to do presents this year. I said, well, She goes, oh. She goes, well, I've got to get you something. What do you want? I went, no, it's nothing I want. And she goes, no, there's got to be something. I said, yeah, there's one thing I want. And she goes, what's that? And I went, Polybrute 12. And she went, fucking dream on. Okay. She goes, but I'd still like the modular.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Fair dues. There's a bit of a difference between 250 and 3K, isn't there? So
Yeah,
it's a little bit out of balance.
Not much. I mean,
Yeah, just 2,750 quid.
Yeah, but what made me laugh is, but Fiona's got this thing about rapping. It has to be wrapped.
No, not that sort of rapping.
Not that sort of rapping.
Okay.
Unfortunately, otherwise I would have got away with it. And because I bought her that coffee table, and you saw the size of that coffee table.
I did, yes.
And she goes, and she was like, "Oh, like that." I went, "What?" I said, "It's 1,500 quid coffee table. Look, it's like we said, we wanted to get something with, the resin, because we watched a load of YouTube videos of people making different things, with that resin thing. She goes, oh, it'd be nice, wouldn't it?" And so I got her one. And she goes, yeah, but it wasn't wrapped. I said, you saw the size of the crate that came in, didn't you? And how heavy it was. How the fuck am I supposed to hide that and wrap it? Really? And she goes, no, I just something wrapped. So it doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's wrapped. So last year, I gave her this tiny little present. I went, here you go, darling, it's wrapped. She went, oh, good, it's wrapped. She opened it, it was a Malteser. I went, see, you could have had a coffee table, mate.
Oh dear.
So, no, I'd got her some perfume and some bits of jewellery and bits and pieces.
I haven't even asked what Jackie's after.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you ask, it's preempting.
Yeah.
And it's better to be able to surprise. But trying to find out what it is they want without asking them what you want, I think there's a knack to it that I haven't learnt.
No, like Jackie always comes up to me every year and says, "What do you want for Christmas?" And I'm like, I don't know. I'm terrible to buy for because, like, if it's a record or a CD or something, I'll generally buy it when it comes out because I want to make sure I get it and what have you.
Yeah. Which makes you doubly hard to buy for.
Exactly.
Because you've already got everything that you want.
Yeah, and like, there's nothing here that she could possibly, that I would want her to spend our money on. So it's very difficult. So I'd like to be surprised one day that she buys me something that's actually really like surprising and interesting. But I can't blame her. I can't blame her because I'm like my old man. There's not a lot I want.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Come on. Oh, Rob. No.
Hang on. Oh, sorry. What? Oh, look! It came. Oh, Siri, do you like your new collar? Is it good?
She loves it. Oh, yeah.
You got to take pictures. You got to post that up.
I was trying to take a picture of her this afternoon, and every
look at
time I
her.
went to take a picture, she's gone, "Oh, something going on over there," or she looks down, and you can't see it.
I thought it was going to be for Noah. For some reason, I don't know why.
Well, we put it on Noah, and we put it round his waist.
I know.
and
It was probably too big for that. Yeah, yeah.
Too big. Yeah.
Oh, look at that!
You love it though, don't you?
Bless.
Quite the fan.
Put some new stuff on the site today. Somebody was asking for a zip-up hoodie.
Yeah, I saw that.
So I put that up, but there's only one that they do, and it only ships from America.
What are you nicking?
So I don't know what the actually. Let me see, what is the? Because it's not cheap in its own right, and then so do a 2XL. We'll do it in kind of like the charcoal heather. Okay, let's go for that. Add to my cart. View cart. Check out.
I still can't believe that Trump guitar. Honestly,
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
I thought it was like just like a prank video.
No, we got the news
satire.
release. Yeah, we got the press release in, and we all thought, oh, somebody's having a laugh, and then we read it and was like, no, that's genuine.
But we kind of always knew that he wanted to be president again because he wants to make money.
Of course he does.
And there's no better way of making money than
Do you
being
know
in
what?
charge of everything.
The shipping's not that bad on that zipped hoodie to the UK. £6.
That's not bad.
Standard shipping, so it will take a couple of weeks. But that's not bad. Oh, I'm not too worried about that now. That's good.
I am watching you go.
There you go. So zipped hoodies. And we've also got, what else have we got? What did we put on there? Jogging bottoms. With Pro Synth Network down the front of the left leg and the back of the right leg.
Your baby girl. Look how big she's getting.
So look.
She's not on my lap anymore. She's standing on the floor.
She's standing up, yeah. She's proper.
Don't even think about it, Lily.
Still a very
Stay
naughty
away.
girl. She nicked the plug out of the shower.
Oh, right.
Took it out in the garden. So we can't leave the shower door open.
Jeez. Let's just lock up the house.
Yeah. Right. Oh, you want to... Oh, okay, hang on a sec. Let's have a look.
Yeah, sorry, Keith. They don't do the zip-up hoodie in orange. It was literally the 4 colours that are on there. That's all they do. Black, grey,
There you go.
alpine green, or something else. Same with the jogging bottoms. They just do them in like grey, white, dark grey, sort of, charcoal grey,
charcoal.
and black. But I managed to find how to change the colour of the desk mats. because they originally, I thought you could only have them in white with the logo on. I thought, well, that's no good because, you know, your hands are all over them, they get dirty. But I managed to find out how to make them black. So I apologise to, I think one person's already ordered one. But, yeah. There we go.
You good girl. Yeah. And like your sister. Got to keep an eye on your sister. Come here. Come here. Come here. Give me a kiss.
PSM Mankini, yeah. Willy Warmer.
Absolutely drenched. You've been out in the rain again. You don't care, do you?
Apparently
She
not.
loves
husky.
it. Yeah, she just loves it. Often called her in. She's curled up asleep on the lawn. It's pissing with rain. And she's out there going, yeah, no, that's nice, this is. Stop playing keyboards.
Oh, absolutely, Manny. We should do ProSynth Network toothbrushes. As approved by your local orthodontist,
Yep.
Dr. Manny Fernandez. Oh, yeah, I'll use them to clean your Eurorack. Yeah.
I must admit,
AI?
I do have 3 toothbrushes in my toolkit, actually.
Oh, yeah. They're very
Ideal for
good.
getting the dust out of the crevices.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
It's ChatGPT that you use, right?
No, no, I don't know what it was. I didn't make the images; they were made for me, and it's a paid-for service. But it is, you know, something. You know, it's something that requires prompting. But they were made for me, so I don't know what they were.
Yeah, I did mine with ChatGPT.
Yeah, ChatGPT is.
Well, you know, rebadge them. So you get the toothbrushes, but you just have them in a bag called Synth Cleaning Kit.
Yeah.
Just retask them. Because they are essentially the best way of getting crap out of tiny corners. Do you want to go out, missus? Do you want to go for a wee or something? Come on then. Looks like the door's actually
Flashlight. Yeah. Honestly, men's accoutrements are high on the agenda here. I don't think they do anything like that. We would have to order those in from somewhere else. What have we got? Let's have a look. Is it under it? It'd be under accessories. Hair accessories. I can do scrunchies or bandanas. Dog leads and collars and pet bowls as well. You know, food bowls. I can do those.
I was thinking of getting them for the others as well.
Yeah. Do towels. Yoga mats. ProSynth Network yoga mat. For those that want willy warmers, I can do socks.
Ooh.
So
Same
if you
thing.
want. Yeah, same sort of thing, yeah.
So it's closed back headphones.
Yes.
Cool, bleed now. 500 quid for mine. 500 quid?
500 quid. You're a giraffe.
Sennheiser. No,
Get yourself a pair of Bayers.
yeah. HD 660s.
No, 500.
499.99.
Fuck off.
Cool. No, I don't think. Oh, how about Biodynamics?
Yes. DT 770s.
DT 100s. These are.
No.
No.
They are too flat, as in, you know, in terms of the.
Here we go. Biodynamic DT 770 Pro 80.
Yeah, the Pro 80 ohms, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So I've got these ones, which.
Yeah, yes, I see.
But mine are the Pro X. which I had the Pro 8, I had the 80 ohm DT770 Pros, which are very, very good, but these are marginally better, and they have a detachable cable that's detachable at the headphone. And they're awfully comfy.
Okay.
But they were the Centenary. I don't know if they do them anymore.
Let's have a look.
But yeah, DT770 Pro or Pro X.
770
They're your best close backs.
Pro X.
Pro X will probably cost you a little more, but
Well, there's a set here that's slightly cheaper than the Pro one. By a quid, I think.
What are they?
7. Wait a minute. It says DT770 Pro. Nothing about X.
Thomann have got the DT770 Pro X in stock with 5% off during their Cyber Week, 159 quid free shipping.
Okay. Back's got them for 157. Okay. So that's at the Thomann, is it?
Thomann, yeah.
Right, okay.
I'll put the link. Do you want to put the link in the chat?
I can just go straight to it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I've got it here anyway.
And they do the DT770 Pro, just like the standard DT770 Pros, 80 ohms at 118.
Right.
Because you don't want the 250, because you need to drive those quite hard to get decent sound out of them. And you don't want the basic ones because they'll be, 32s will be a little bit too loud.
Oh, bloody twat. I put in TD, so it's giving me a drum kit. That way round.
But yeah, the Pro X limited editions are...
Yeah, Pro X limited edition.
That's the one.
£159.
That's it. Free delivery.
In stock. Okay, hang on. Let's just call up the bank app and have a laugh.
Yeah.
Andy!
Howdy-ho, everybody.
All right.
Is this working okay?
Yeah. Good. Fucking hell, what the...
Your dog just did an impression of you. You went good. The dog went...
Somebody was just...
Wait a minute. Where'd that come from?
Let's see.
Oh, okay. Cool.
How's the
In that
volume on
case-
this?
Yes.
It's all right.
Is it okay? Louder? Should I
Yeah.
go louder?
Could
No,
go
that's right.
louder, yes. Add to basket.
This is the D50 Future Pad. Everyone knows that sound. So
Yeah, and absolute.
as fun as you can.
I should be able to log in.
Using MIDI only. Forget the built-in sounds because they're quirky and kind of dorky unless you tweak the shit out of them with effects. But and there's a mode where this won't auto trigger when I push these, and I forgot what it is 'cause I haven't used it for a while. But you just have your major chords at the top here, and then I can. And then the fun part, which is the tapping function.
Yeah, that's a useful function.
Now there's a fun thing in here, the kind of arpeggio system built in. It's kind of like a poor man's, God, my brain's fried today. What's the one on the M3? What's
Oh,
the
Karma?
arpeggio function? Karma, yeah, the Karma engine.
Karma,
So this is like a poor
yeah,
man's
yeah.
Karma engine. So you turn this feature on here. This is manual chords, but if you do this to auto chords, and then there's a super auto chord. playing it badly, but you get the idea. Anyway, and I got a stuck MIDI note. That happens sometimes.
Ooh. Right, so they are due
Next week, I would have thought.
between tomorrow. Well, between today and Wednesday,
Nice.
and they are normally quite prompt, I must admit.
Oh, yeah.
So that's closed back. Okay.
Huzzah.
Basically, buy an Omnichord, don't use the built-in sounds, use it for MIDI, everything is great.
I'll send my bill into the company. I'll send in the invoice.
Yeah, right.
The new
Yeah,
Omnichord
right.
they had at NAMM was actually sounded pretty decent. They added a better engine to it, but it's still quirky.
when's
I'd
your
much rather
birthday,
use
Andy?
MIDI with other gear. So,
Did you go out for a wee and you got wet?
Robbie,
You
did
don't
your
like
friend
it,
end up
do
getting
you?
one of those Omnichords?
Oh, no, I don't think he was going to buy one. He just wanted to get an interview.
Oh, okay, right.
So,
It was a lot more money than these used to be. I mean, this
Yeah.
used all these like the OM200, OM300, roughly. That's kind of a couple different numbers from Japan. The MIDI ones were for a while like $200-300. They're really cheap. And then that one came out. I think it was like $800 or something like that.
yeah, it's about 848 or
Yeah,
50. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, not that good. So
I love you, Dad.
I love that collar.
What is she doing? Check her out. Tell her off. She's Siri's definitely taken on the role of mum.
Hmm.
She leaps over and he's like, "Oh, what are you doing? Stop that."
you guys should know this sound. This is a famous D50 sound. You know that one?
No. It's not.
It's on a lot of 80s tracks. It's called Intruder Effects, and it's
Okay.
it has a release envelope, so you can hold it for a while and do some shit,
Yeah.
and then let it go, and then it does that. But another one that's really funny is the digital native dance.
Yep. Oh, I know that.
Depending on
patch.
how you trigger and how you release it, it's also all over a bunch of 80s tracks.
Oh,
in
gosh,
completely
yeah.
different ways.
We'll
And you
listen
can hear
to
where
the
they
intro
truncated
to.
it. Yeah, they,
Listen to the intro to Dirty Diana by Michael Jackson.
yeah, or like stuff by Mr.
Yeah.
Mister, and it's just
Oh,
all
yeah.
over the fucking place. Just it's pretty funny. So I'm gonna use that preset, but I'm not gonna use the same part that guy used. So they use it
Because it was old Fruitbat wrote the patches for that, didn't it?
Eric
Fruitbat.
Persing.
Eric.
Person,
Yeah.
Yeah.
The two guys. What's the other guy in Australia? What's his name?
Oh,
Crocodile Dundee.
No. There's a
that's not a patch. This is
guy
a
who did a review a
patch.
while back. He's another one of the major sound designers. I forgot his name. I thought he was Australian. I could be wrong.
No, I seem to remember something about Australian guy. What are you doing?
Okay.
You're
This patch was used by
You're a mad husky.
Rick Wakeman on one of his fastest keyboard solos ever,
Oh, yeah.
where he's doing like blazing keys.
Yeah.
Prince used it all over Love Sexy.
I had to rebush one of his mini moogs. Christ, it was fucking ruined. Years of Rick
lot
Wakeman
of,
playing
like,
is the same as
Doing this kind of stuff.
80,000 years with a normal person, I think.
Yeah.
All the rubbers were flat, just fucked.
There's another famous one everyone loved. Staccato Heaven.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Cool, let's go back some. I really liked my D50.
It's still one I wanted. I'd like to get a hardware version of one.
Yeah, me too.
I think mine was, it was second hand, it was $499, but it was absolutely immaculate. It's beautiful.
I remember the guy that we had in the band that played sax, who brought along his Sonic Mirage. He upgraded at some point to a D50 and brought that to a gig.
Yeah.
I was just like, fuck me, this is amazing. It was an incredible sound. Back then, it was, now it's kind of a bit cheesy and cliched, but it's still nice.
Mind you, I'm one of those rare idiots that bought a Korg M1 for £2,299. Brand spanking new off the shelf. And you go, this will be the next great thing. And it was for 10 minutes.
Yeah, they weren't wrong.
Because it was just absolutely rinsed.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh, not that piano sound again.
Everyone knows that one.
It's a go-go.
Yep, it's a go-go.
Yeah.
That was all over Sting's Nothing Like the Sun album.
Mm.
This is one of my favorites, Spacious Suite.
Combined with a CS80.
Yeah, just in case you wanted to hear what a proper synth sounds like.
Hey, this is analog in here,
Virtual.
Yeah, so some dodgy YouTuber says.
Well, apparently, I got a. Well, I think it was Fiona pointed it out to me. She said it come up on the telly. She goes, "Oh, apparently, Synth Samurai has mentioned you in a video."
Oh, God, yeah.
I went, "Oh, that can't be good."
Oh, yeah.
Something to do with that teenage engineering thing.
Well, it wasn't. I was mentioned.
Oh, yeah.
You were mentioned.
Oh, we've all been mentioned.
We've all been mentioned.
They're
yeah.
awfully bothered for people who aren't bothered. I love it. So.
Well, Synth Samurai. Now I've mentioned him. There you go.
There you go.
And now you can wash your mouth with Ajax. Or something like that.
Well, like I said, if I ever find myself homeless, I can live rent-free in his head for a long, long while. So, there you go.
Here's another classic.
Oh, yes.
Soundtrack. Yeah,
I've unashamedly used that patch on quite a few tracks I did in the
With
past.
a really bad copy in the General MIDI set.
Yeah.
It's,
Agreed.
Yeah.
But it's true. Manny recreated that on the DX7 Mark II.
Oh, yeah?
However... I think the other one's more weird, isn't it? The 2 2/3. Fractions? I have trouble with maths.
Yeah,
Go
what's
away.
that?
2 2/3?
Another famous one.
5 1/3.
Oh, Fantasia.
Very deep, very FM sounding almost. It's fantastic.
Yeah. You got the atmosphere patch on there?
I have them all. This is on a ROM card because I wiped mine a while back to put other weird sounds on it. So, but I have thousands of patches. So. I think I finally got all the Jean-Michel Jarre Revolutions patches.
Oh, yeah.
Some were kind of obscure. I had to really dig for them.
That's that collar. Makes that
Don't
noise
you
when she's
scratch,
scratching.
yeah. Don't you scratch that up.
Is it itchy, girl? Is it itchy? Hey, come on. Sit up and promote the show. Come here. Come on, promote the show. Good girl. Go. It should rotate very slowly.
It should rotate, yeah. It should be electric, shouldn't it?
In LEDs. Yeah. That would have been good, wouldn't it? Hey?
Yeah, I can't find Digital Native Dance. It's on here somewhere.
It's funny, we put it on and going, oh, aren't you a pretty girl and everything like that? Your bloody tail's a blur, right? She'd love it. She'd go, yeah, look at me. Like this. Didn't you?
Bless her cottons.
Good girl. You're a good girl.
There we go. Let's see.
Hello, you. You coming up as well? Come on in. Come on in. Up.
There we
Uppity
go.
up. Come on
Might be a
now.
little bit
Hello.
pretentious, but
Smelly. Smelly Melly. Synth Samurai once run an origami company, but it folded. Voila, monsieur.
Yeah, we'll get.
That's a point. Robbie,
Yes.
I'm
yeah.
trying to update my loopback, and it's asking me to put the ARC update on.
Yes.
Where's the ARC update?
It does it for you.
No, it doesn't. It just
Yeah, it
says
does.
can't put ARC update on.
Why not?
I don't know.
It's automatic. It's an automatic process as part of the
I
install.
thought it would be as well. But look, here we go. Let's call this up. Right, ARC update required. To operate loopback needs the...
Right, so
update
have you
the
installed the latest version of loopback?
as far as I know, I thought that's what I had.
The ARC install happens at the same time as the loopback install.
Okay, well, when I click on update, it says unable to update ARC. ARC?
Yeah. Forget
Could not
that.
be
You need to
updated.
update loopback, and then it will update ARC as part of the process.
Oh, good God, because I thought the file I brought down was that. Oh, okay, all right. Let's go looking for loopback.
Okay, I found it. So a lot of guys, when they play it in a track, they'll play this much of it. And they'll let go, and you go, ooh, that's cool. But then you hold it.
Yeah, there's more stuff.
God, I know that sounds so well.
And if you use the stick, you can obviously isolate that piece and just have the wacky little rhythm part in there.
Yeah. Yeah, that alone almost sounds wave station-ish.
No, it's doing the same thing, Rob.
Cloud.
Yeah. Or Galaxius.
Oh, I haven't tried that yet. How is that?
It's okay if you want to just
Yeah.
like call up a whole bunch of that stuff without firing up a door.
It's for layering, right?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, it's for whatever you want it to be. Yeah, effectively. So, have you opened Loopback?
Yep.
Right. So, in your Loopback menu, which is over on the far side of your monitor, at the top, on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh,
Click on Loopback,
Loopback. Yeah.
and then click on Check for Updates.
Check for updates.
And then it will come up with a window saying you're either running the latest version, which is 2.4.5, or you're not, and you need to update.
Right.
Or something like that.
What the fuck? Okay, I'm going to try this again. Oh, no, don't. Every time I click on Loopback, it just says, it just comes up with the, you need the ARC update.
Right, we'll go to the Loopback website and download Loopback 2.4.5.
Right, okay. Right. It just says free download. It doesn't say any particular number at all.
Well, as long as you're registered, it will always download the latest version anyway, so...
Yeah. All right, so I... Right, got it. Right.
Or something like that, anyway.
Yeah.
Close.
I'm sure Justin will figure it out.
I do, but I don't have the rolling cloud anymore.
I was just trying to think of it in my head.
No, exactly the same thing, Rob. See that about. Yeah, the same thing about this. Right, the app version is 245.
Okay. Well, you need to reinstall it then.
God's sake.
Because it's that during that process
Yeah.
that it checks whether your ARC version is up to date or not.
Right. Put it down again.
Can see.
Something like that.
There's another beat in there.
Wow.
Indeed.
No, it's not having it. It's not. That does not want to know at all. See what other services do we have available?
Hey, Justin, do you know how to play that track called, it's probably not pronounced correctly because it's Gaelic, Bodacia?
I don't think I've
Boudica.
ever heard it.
Boudica.
The yeah, whatever. Yeah, I can't remember how it's pronounced, but it's Black Eyed Peas used it for a track.
I don't listen to Black Eyed Peas, so
They sped it up, but it's her. It's off that same.
I'd have to listen to it. Pretty sure.
You'll know when you hear it because it's been used
Yeah.
in a few things actually. But it's cool. It's dark and it's.
Well, Sting's Englishman in New York uses that pitch.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh really? I remember that.
Yeah.
All right, slightly different.
No, shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Slightly different this time. It says ARC could not be updated because loopback is being used with process 945.
So just turn loopback off. Shut loopback down.
Okay. Voila.
Oh,
That's
good
right.
one, Rose.
No, still says that process
Sounds
945 is running.
Oh man.
I give up. Good.
Oh, dear. Very good. Very good.
Nope. So if I shut down loopback, it shuts down the ARC update as well.
Yes, but what you want to do is shut all of it down and then get the loopback installer and reinstall loopback. And at that point, when you're reinstalling, it will say your ARC version is out of date. Will you want to update it? And you say yes.
Yes. Okay, right. Reinstall. Clicked on it. Right, now update and unable to update ARC. Wow. Okay. Why is nothing ever go straight forward on this?
For you.
Yeah.
It does seem very localized.
Well, I am following your instructions here. Come on. And it's not. It doesn't want to play games. It doesn't want to play. Can I access this directly anywhere?
Quite possibly, yeah. We still got ARC running.
No. Well, I got loopback.
ARC is always running in the background.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a background process.
Right. Try that now.
Anybody familiar with Arturia's Prophet 5?
Not off the top of my head.
I want to know if it's got the radio head, everything in its right place preset in there.
Well, let me fire it up.
I'm just going to have a look. Prophet 5.
So Prophet 5V and not the...
Yeah.
let's take a look.
The thing is, it's probably not going to be called...
It's probably not going to be called that.
Yeah, but it might be
Something
something
else.
like radio something.
Yeah.
Or place. I just really fancy it. That's probably going to be one of their third-party sound banks. No, my luck. Just love that sound.
This one's cool. It's called Stereo Chase. It has a bit of a sitar quality to it.
Right, it's completely removed from the system.
Some ones I found somewhere.
Yeah, if anybody's looking for ARC for a Mac below 14, you won't find it because it only works with 14 and above. You are running, you're running Sonoma.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Right, well, I just took off, looked back altogether and removed it. Downloaded it, unpacked it, and it's come up. ARC update required.
Right.
Click on update and it goes unable to update ARC. ARC could not be updated because loopback is being used with process 945.
So you need to shut down. Shut it all down.
Yeah. Well, remove the bloody thing completely off the machine. And
No. You need to shut it down by going into your processes and shutting it down from there. You know, like your.
All right. Okay, let's do it from there then.
To go to applications, utilities, activity monitor.
Where are we?
There's a broken brass sound. Some wacky shit on here.
Come on, that far up.
You see, Robert from Cherry Audio finally got something he backed on Kickstarter in 2015. It arrived today. Tangible Instruments Arpeggio. Yeah.
Well, I ordered 10 transistors from Little Diode on Monday, and I got an email coming Thursday night saying dispatched. I went, oh, cool, and then looked down and it said arrival date 23rd of October 2025.
That's not too far away.
Nah, no, I'm sure the customer will wait.
Yeah, did you see Kate Bush's old gaff in Berkshire near Reading is up for sale?
Oh yeah, she come with it.
No, unfortunately not. She's not the current owner. She was a previous owner. Somebody else has bought it since, and they've gutted the studio and turned it into like a separate dwelling type
God, so
thing.
you can't even buy it and sniff the chairs.
Nope.
Good.
Do you know how much they want for it?
Go on.
11.5 million.
Oh, I'll take two.
It is flipping gorgeous, though. You can see why Kate bought it. Here you go, I'll show you. It's
Well, so's Kate, so it's only fair.
well, quite 9 bedrooms. So that's from the back.
Hounds of Love must have done really well then.
Got orangery at the back there, look, with a bridge over this thing. Look at
Where is that?
that. Berkshire, near Reading.
Okay.
So look at that. River goes by. Nice big lake at the back. And it's got all these. You can see the properties to the right of the main building. There's like a cottage, and then in between the cottage and the main house, there's the studios.
What's the
Or
lake?
what used to be the studios. It's I don't know. It's one of those. I think it's a little reservoir. I think
Oh, right.
there's some dotted around Reading like that.
Yeah.
There's a drone video. Yeah, look at the front of that. Look at that.
Wow.
It's like the house owned by Laura Croft in Tomb Raider.
Yeah,
Really?
Now
that's the
that's the front
orangery.
room. Yeah.
No, that's the orangery.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at that.
That's spacious. Oh, glass wall.
man.
Hello.
Yeah. That's all the orangery. That's the front room.
Come on, Justin, get right in.
Yeah, really.
Oh, a banister. Yeah, but now you're talking.
Nice kitchen.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
It's got a second kitchen as well. It's got 2 kitchens, although they call the second one a breakfast room. But it's essentially it's a kitchen. 2 kitchens back to back.
Nice. It's very nice.
It's just a breakfast nook. Yeah.
Yeah. All of that money, and they've got a cheap ass PC. Look at that. Fucking hell. Library. It's got a fucking library. Main bedroom.
Size of that room.
I know, right?
That's bigger than my house.
I tell you what, you need a maid because you'd be
Yeah.
hoovering that for a month of
Oh,
Sundays.
yeah.
Wouldn't you? Mind you, the dogs will love it.
That's the studio. Or what was the
It
studio.
used to be, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know what was recorded there.
Probably the early stuff, I suppose.
I
Does
don't
she
know.
have separate rooms there, like special sound treatment rooms and stuff?
Well,
Yeah, probably.
yeah, I mean, yeah. It's a separate building to the main property.
Yeah, at
so
some point, yeah.
yeah, there would have been like a
Like
vocal
local room
booth.
and a
and-
dinner
yeah,
room and all that
yeah.
kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, imagine once you've got like a couple of, maybe 2 major albums out, because they were global sales, and you used to actually make proper money when you did an album back in them days, didn't you?
It's got a weir. Look, there's the river, and there's this weir that goes around.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Wow.
That's yeah.
I can see why it's 11 million.
And then yeah, there's this cottage as well.
But you couldn't look after all of that by yourself, could you, really? In all honesty.
Yeah, but if you can afford 11.5 million for a property, you can
you
afford
can
a
afford
maid.
staff, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the so yeah. Look at the orangery that leads on to a library, a study. There's a drawing room. There's a sitting room. There's these 2 kitchens next to each other.
Wow, Christ.
And then into the garage and the boot room and laundry room, and then upstairs.
Do you know
principal
what?
bedroom.
It would make a good business. You could make that into a like a very exclusive luxury hotel.
Residential recording studio is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can make the money from it.
Well, for that you could charge top dollar, couldn't you?
Yeah, I suppose.
So
You
you
need
got-
the top dollar to fill up the studio.
I mean, look at the ensuite for the principal bedroom. So you go in, and there's a big walk-in shower, and then there's his and her sinks, toilet, bidet, bath. Look at that, all there. Even the small bedrooms have got their own en suites with baths and showers. and then you stick the old paupers in the end one there. It's got fuck all, and then you've got the this is the woo. So you got the cottage, kitchen, sitting room, conservatory, and 2 bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs, and then the studio, which has got the kitchen and breakfast room, and then 3 bedrooms they've converted. So yeah, bastards! Why don't they just leave that alone? Lovely. So it is.
Isn't it just?
Just a mere 11.5 million. Is the former home of the singer and songwriter Kate Bush, who repurposed the outbuildings to house a dance and recording studio. The current owners have been complete tossers and trashed it all.
Exactly.
Yeah. The property also benefits from a 22 kilowatt electric vehicle charger. Yay!
Oh, really?
No, handy.
Yeah, you can get a Cybertruck.
Yeah. Fuck off.
And throw rocks at it.
No, just throw something at the window, it'll just break. Anything.
Yeah.
Look at that. One can dream. Where does Kate live now? In a house somewhere, I
imagine.
guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. I did, somebody did tell me once, roughly, where she lived. I can't remember now.
Probably went out a bit. I thought she went to Ireland.
I think she did a little while for
I don't know if she stayed out there.
tax purposes, but
Yeah.
as many did back then. Yeah, I thought it might have been down in the West Country.
Does she go to major functions like award shows and all that?
No.
No.
She's Kate Bush.
Well, Herbie Hancock went to those things. I mean,
Kate doesn't. Yeah, no, she's.
No,
I think she's done what
She's done all
one
her
or two.
brilliance, hasn't she? She's done all her
Yeah.
brilliance, and you go, "Oh, that's enough of me."
She went and picked up. She got an award, like an icon award from something or other. I think a few years ago, and she got that. But she can do what the bloody hell she likes. She's earned that right for sure.
True enough.
Did you hear what the one guest said on Henrik's show? I forgot his name. He's been on there before. I think it's Steve. And he said in the Unify chat room, Herbie Hancock goes in there and talks about
Right.
Unify. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Well, if he uses it,
Yeah.
seems like a down to earth guy.
Yeah.
It's funny, YouTube's algorithm must have been listening or watching, because last night after the show I came back in here and it offered me up Greg Fillinganes playing the intro to Toto's I Won't Hold You Back live on stage. It's just so good. So good.
I think I can play anything.
Yeah.
Right. Core Audio Arc Driver.
Still like watching his clip for Keyscape, where he plays like all the hit songs and stuff.
Was he always a session guy, or was he actually in a band?
Oh, he was a session guy.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
session
he
guy.
started in Stevie's band,
Okay.
Stevie Wonder's band. And
But
then
he's-
after that, worked with Michael Jackson, Quincy Jones, like, all kinds of stuff.
He's done some solo stuff, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's 2 or 3 solo albums.
Yeah. Oh,
The track called Behind the Mask, I think, was his hit first.
it was, yes.
Before Eric Clapton did it.
Well,
and then,
It was his after Yellow Magic Orchestra, but
right.
he did a solo version of Behind the Mask, and then Clapton got hold of it. And didn't he play on Clapton's version as well? Something.
I believe so.
Yeah. What hasn't he played?
Gosh. And then he was a member of Toto from like 2006 until the breakup in 2008.
I saw him a couple of years ago. He was in a John Mayer video. He was playing keyboards with John Mayer.
Yeah, and he just toured with, I think it was a couple of years ago, he was touring with David Gilmour too.
Yeah, yeah. I suppose if you want a good keyboard player and you can afford him,
Yeah, exactly.
none better.
Yeah, you should get out there, Justin. You'd be a session guy.
Yeah.
I kind of do that remotely. The problem is, don't have the money to move to Boston or LA or whatever.
Nashville's where you want to be, mate. Nashville.
Yeah.
Well, if they like it, they could fly you out for gigs, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Kent's gone. And he's back.
Sides.
Don't think we've got any audio from him either.
Well, he's muted.
That's almost that Radiohead.
Yeah.
There's a little bit more grit.
Talked to Manny saw a Cybertruck with lumber. Was it like 4 boards in the back? There's no room in those things. They're a joke.
4 chopping boards.
And if you get it wet when it's not in car wash mode, you void the warranty.
That's so stupid.
I don't know, what kind of truck can't handle the elements? I mean, it's so stupid. You can't take it to the beach. There's a really funny channel. This, one of these rich guys who, makes a lot of money from his channel, but also has a lot of money, sponsors and stuff. And he did a head-to-head Toyota Tacoma and a Cybertruck, and trashed the living shit out of both of them as part of the test. And the Cybertruck got trashed so much sooner. The construction is really bad. When you see how it falls apart and what it looks like when the doors separate from the insides, and oh man, it's just like string and tape, and it's really terrible.
Yeah, there's just enough room for your teenage engineering OPXY in the back, and
Yeah, there you go. Like those two go together, right? Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, the thing is a giant iPad. If anything, it'd be like a bunch of iPads in the back, right? So it's,
Pretty much.
and no manual controls at all. It's just the worst design ever. I'm seeing more and more of them, unfortunately. They're popular.
I know there are a few over here, but I haven't seen any.
They usually look like crap. I mean, that raw stainless steel finish, if you don't take care of it, it looks really bad. You have to actually take care of it and clean it. And like if you leave sap, bird droppings, anything caustic on it, it permanently mars the finish. It's like, what kind of car can't handle a little bit of that, But if you spend $5,000 for the special coating, you're okay.
Exactly.
Some guys even had them painted, which looks really weird.
Really?
Oh yeah, they offered a paint job from Tesla, or you just get it aftermarket, and it just it looks dumb no matter what you do with it, but it's just funny to see them painted.
I suppose. Well, wouldn't it be easy just to wrap it in vinyl rather than paint it? Because then you could just, you could take the wrapping off when you sell it.
But I'm not sure. It's tough though because it has round parts and edge parts, and I don't think it wraps well. The way that stainless steel is bent around the corners and stuff, it's really bizarre.
That's strange.
Yeah, Steve Rabbit and Tolex.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of them that just look like they're filthy, even though they're just probably not, just need to be wiped or get the moisture off every time it gets wet. But people just don't take care of them. I saw one that was polished. Somebody actually polished it, so it looked like that ship in the Phantom Menace. And it looks really weird. it's been fun. I have to get ready to go on another show one of my friends doing. So I'll
All right,
catch
mate.
y'all later.
Okie dokie.
Bye, everybody.
See you later. I'm just going to try something in a sec.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Yep, made that one from scratch last night.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, do I want to spend an hour going through kind of synth piano presets, finding one, or do I just want to spend 15 minutes and make one from scratch?
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah. It's probably my favorite track on that album.
Mm.
It's so good. Oh, and I'm hearing cell phone noise.
That's me.
Oh, okay.
I just had it up here.
Okay.
Oh,
Make
There
up
he
your
is.
mind.
what have you selected as your audio source in StreamYard? There's no point talking into the microphone and the microphone's not working.
Oh, loop back.
Loop back.
Okay.
Right. So go into open up loopback and make sure that you've got the output of your audio interface going into the output in loopback. Yeah. Is your audio interface turned on in loopback at the top of the thing? Have you got levels in the audio interface on loopback? Okay.
Did Lily screw around with anything? Probably.
Yes, Prom, he should have, but he didn't. And there's Lily right behind him saying, I'm going to come fuck you up good. He's doing a great impression of Simon and Garfunkel at the moment. Sound of silence.
Right now I got sound of radiator.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, it's a steam radiator.
Gotcha.
So it's like, oh, I'm just gonna.
Well, we're only getting that partially because I think we might.
I've got a noise gate on.
Oh, there you go. That's what it is then. Yeah. So we only hear it every time you speak when the gate opens.
Yeah, pretty much. That's why I put the gate on.
Okay, makes sense. Kent needs a dry whiteboard. Oh dear. It sounds like a really weak snare drum. Every time you open that,
it does. Somebody sample it.
Sounds like the snare drum on my Mattel Sonics.
Oh, it sounds like the one on my Porta Sound PSS 270.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Oh. Right, he's coming there. Oh, no shit, there he is.
Well,
right, okay.
All right, now it's shut up. Thank you.
Now it's weird. God, can you yourself come back on yourself?
Get a bit messy.
Why am I hearing myself coming back on myself on the same computer?
Because you're hearing you talking through the iPad, but it's coming back through StreamYard.
Well, the audio is set up exactly the same as it was before. Look back audio for the mic and the Scarlett for the speaker.
Right, and if you go into Loopback itself, you should have the Focusrite as a source device.
Yeah.
And there should be a green cable going from the left and the right to the left and the right of your output channels.
2 channels, yeah.
Yeah. And are you getting levels on any of those? No levels.
No levels.
And is the audio device switched on in Loopback? So where it says, on the left-hand side under the sources, you've got Focusrite. Is it switched on?
Everything's turned on. Wow. This is with the ARC has gone on and been updated.
Well, I don't know, but damn.
No. Everything's coming through the mixer. Weird.
Half God's saying, what about audio MIDI settings?
Okay. Let's see what we have here.
Yeah, really, Prometheus.
See, do you remember that? Cool. Back audio is turned up full.
And then that's selected in StreamYard.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of that is selected. Weird. the settings are all exactly the same as they've always been. Turning things on and off. No difference. All right, I'm going to try a cold boot.
Okay.
Put it in the freezer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to get something to drink.
Kick the living shit out of it and then fire it up again.
No, you just need a hammer. That's all. Big one. The bigger, the better.
I see you in a moment.
All right. Oh no, you're still here.
Yeah, I'm still here, but that isn't.
Yep, made that one from scratch last night. Quite like it. Actually pretty simple. I don't know APK. I'm going to be busy tomorrow night. Probably Monday night or Tuesday night. I'll pull that track up again I was working on. And maybe do some other stuff. I do want to start maybe reviewing some plugins too. Expand the horizons a little bit because I've kind of exhausted going through all the hardware. At least all the hardware that I own. And the SE1X. Actually, I haven't done my 2600 and I haven't done my Odyssey yet or the Model D, so I might do some on those. Yeah, there's a lot of yeah, so that patch is 3 oscillators. It's a square wave in the center with in Mutant 1 there's a wave stacker on it. Oscillators 2 and 3 use a tri-saw and they're panned like 50% left, 50% right. And there is LFO on it. The trick is the LFO on the right side is just a little bit more than the left side. So it widens it out a little more. So yeah, there is LFO on there. And then the other thing that's going on is Velocity is controlling not only the filter envelope amount, but also the filter envelope decay. So The softer I play, the shorter the decay is, and the darker it is. But the harder I play, the brighter the sound and the longer the decay. I think I hear your mic.
Yeah.
There it is.
Sorted.
Sorted.
There you go.
Needed a cold boot. Apparently just a reset wasn't enough. Actually,
I don't
needed to
know.
turn the
Yeah, keep going.
interface off and then back on again.
That wasn't too bad. I don't own Diva. I'm gonna probably, if I do plugin reviews, I'm gonna just start with like some of the simpler ones and some of the ones that I own.
Better. Better, right? Put which one? I don't know. Interesting. Oh, mate. Let's try this.
Went to see mother-in-law today.
How's she doing?
Not having a good day today. Ugh. I can see why Jackie gets really frustrated, because it is hard work. Just trying to have a conversation. You just let her go off, and then she's out there with the fairies. She's like, yeah, they were going to throw us all out last night. I said, really, Sheila?
Bless her.
£1,500 a week? I fucking hope not.
Yeah, well.
She's like, well, I don't understand why they just won't show me anything. I said, what do you mean? Why they won't show me my bank statements? And I said, well, you don't need to see them, Sheila. It's all been taken care of. You know, you know, Jackie and her brother are taking care of it for you. How do I know? Well, I'll tell you, it's exactly where it should be. And Jackie says, right, I've had enough. Here we go. Gets it all up on her phone, shows it. And she's going, what's this? That's you, Sheila. That's it. Well, is that my name? Yes, Sheila, it's your name.
Bless her.
But they're now talking about moving her upstairs because they're worried she might actually slip out the front door. I mean, obviously they have a policy; it's a locked door and everything. But they're worried that, you know, the amount of time she's walking around, somebody she might just give, you know, inadvertently give somebody the slip. So
Yeah.
but upstairs is I say busier. It's a more populated area because that's where they tend to look after, you know, people with dementia and Parkinson's, and you know, it's a more populated place with, you know, nurses and what have you. So the only problem is you got to tell her now, we're moving you upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, I know what she'll be like. Thing is, the room is identical. I mean, it's exactly
that's
the same.
handy.
Yeah. So all of her furniture will go up. You know, the maintenance team will do everything and basically recreate her room, and it's the same shape and it's the same size, and everything will be in exactly the same place.
Good.
But
Yeah.
and she'll have a nicer view, so she'll be able to look out, you know, across. And I went up there, and I'm sure I told you that it's got its own all these own facilities that are all included, so you just help yourself. So it's got a cafe, and you just go behind the counter and you help yourself to tea, biscuits, cakes, whatever. Yeah. They've also got their own bar, and they've got one upstairs. There's proper little mini pub upstairs with a jukebox and everything. I tell you, if if I go that way, stick me in there. I'll have that. Thank you very much.
Wow.
So yeah, we've got. But we were a bit concerned because I'm pretty sure they said to us at one point that if the dementia combined with the Parkinson's and all that means that she needs more sort of more care, then she'll have to go upstairs, and the cost of that will be a little bit more because obviously there's more care involved.
Oh God, like you wouldn't believe.
But when we went to see them today, they said no, there's no change. It's exactly the same. Cost no increase in cost.
Really? Because
Yeah.
the care triples after a while.
Yeah. I mean, I think at the moment I think it's maybe if she is, then it becomes that she's unable to look after herself and she may be bedridden or, would need a lot more personal attention. Maybe that's when the price goes up. But
Yeah.
at the moment, it's just that they're moving her upstairs just to make sure that she's safer and that she'll be there'll be lots more people around that she can interact with and other residents, so to speak. But she is, I mean, that's the worst I've ever seen. I know Jackie's seen her and she's been even worse than that, but that's the worst I've ever actually seen her. And to think it wasn't that long ago, like a year ago, where she was getting a little bit forgetful and stuff, but she was still Sheila. She was still the same person.
Yeah.
Still coherent, still, in possession of most of her faculties. And now she's this husk. Is the only way of describing it. She's just this husk that resembles my mother-in-law. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what sort of quality of life she's having. I mean, it's weird. But she's like, I don't know what's going on with this. And I said, and that's, Sheila, why you had the presence of mind some while back to, sign Jackie and her brother up for power of attorney. That's why you did that, because you anticipated that something like this could possibly happen. And because so everything's taken care of. Everything, nobody's... But she says, I've got no money. I said, but Sheila... What do you need money for?
You don't need to buy anything.
You don't need, Oh well, but she, in her head, she does. In her head, apparently she was telling me today. Well, I need to go to the council. Why do you need to go to the council? Well, to get the death certificate. Whose death certificate? And that's when I noticed, because she claimed to Jackie, I think it was earlier this week, that she needed a death certificate, and Jackie said, who for? And she whispered to her, Rob. And I'm like, oh, I'm dead. Okay. And that's when I mentioned that to her today, she sort of like stopped and kind of checked herself for a moment. And then she just said, yes, well, I need the death certificate. Well, you don't, Sheila.
Yeah. God bless her.
Yeah, I feel for Jack, because she sees this every day.
Yeah.
And it used to be where like 1 or 2 days she'd be like this, and then it was like 1 or 2 days that she'd be okay, rather than 1 or 2 days not being okay. Now she's just not okay all the time. So it's
so cruel, isn't it?
I know. And what really annoys me massively, and I know that these are professionals, but we had one of the carers come in today, and she did that whole thing where she talks to us in a normal tone, and then when she talks to Sheila, she goes up a few decibels, and talks very slowly. Sheila's hearing is not going. She doesn't need to be talked to loudly and slowly.
Yeah.
But I guess it's just a thing you do, isn't it, with old people?
It's something you just do out of not out of habit, out of it just seems like you should be.
Yeah.
And it's the same, I think, with when you're teaching kids, that you talk louder when you're asking them to, when you're trying to get them to learn something or not do something. You talk to them louder. So you go, right, if I talk louder, it will sink in, kind of thing. So you do, when somebody's not understanding you, you tend to, without thinking about it, just talk louder. So,
but
I used to catch myself doing that with Mum all the time.
But Jackie got to a point today where she said, "I've got to go, Rob. I've got to go." So you go. She said, "But she said you won't get away." I said, "Don't worry. I'll bring things to a conclusion." Took a lot to bring that conversation, because Sheila goes, "Go on then. You better go, because otherwise you'll get into trouble." She has a go at me sometimes. I said, "No, she doesn't. She's just we've got to go, and we have to take my son to work." I said, "We've got to go because we've got to take Luca to work." And she's like, "But Luca's here." I said, "No," because she's convinced that the kids, she wants to buy. That was one of the reasons she wanted money. So I need money to buy food for the children. I said, "But you don't need to buy." Well, and she points to the bed where she sees the children. She says, "They'll be going hungry." I said, "The kids are fine." And I tried to say to Jackie today, I said, "Look, what you need to do is don't dispute what she says. Just go along with it, as bonkers as it might be. Just go along with it and agree and nod and say yes."
Oh, seriously, mate, you could try to make her see reason until the cows come home.
Yeah.
And the only person that really suffers with it is you.
Exactly. So
You
you've
just
got
go,
to...
"Yes, dear. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
get that done," because then she'll stop thinking about it.
Yeah.
Mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it is a form of madness, I suppose.
Well, yes. Well, it would have been called
It's how
that,
it
wouldn't
appears. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just think it's a bit of a Fruit Loop, and it's not. It's just that cognitive thought is now all messed up.
Yeah.
So, in fact, I was kind of grateful in a way when it got to the stage where all Mum would do is just stare. She wasn't. I don't think she was seeing anything. She was staring at something or out the window or whatever.
She's just seeing what's in her head, isn't she?
Yeah, she was in her own little world.
Yeah, and sometimes that's probably the best place.
Yeah. The only thing that seemed to bring her back, but when I say back, I mean make her look like she's alive, is when I'd be feeding her porridge or try to give her a drink, because she couldn't hold a cup anymore and stuff like that. And it was 24/7 care. It really was. That must cost a lot of money. So for it not to cost more at that place is an absolute godsend.
Well, it just means that her money's going to stretch a little further, but
Yeah.
but still haven't sold the house.
I tell you what, that was the hardest 2 years of my life. I tell you. So when Fiona turned around and said that her dad was going that way, I must admit I was like, God, what have I let myself in for? Even though I didn't want to think like that, but you do. You just go, oh God. So and then her mum went the same, but nowhere near as bad, and just went a lot quicker because Mum went on for it seemed like ever and a day. And it's terrible, when you sort of like get up in the morning and you go to get her out of bed and hope she hasn't shat it and everything else, and you go to get her out of bed and she opens her eyes and you just start getting her dressed, and then literally there were some mornings when I'm going, shit, she didn't die in her sleep, which is horrible.
It is horrible, but
isn't it? I mean.
Yeah.
But you just couldn't help it. Honest to God, you were just going, when will this be over? Because it wasn't your mum anymore. It was this lump of ham.
Yeah.
There was nothing of the person you knew there anymore.
No.
And you just sort of like, I don't know how many deaths she actually went through. For Christ's sake, poor cow. Bits of her kept dying. So, no, don't recommend it. And they say it's one of the most prolific illnesses now.
It is, yeah.
Yay!
Ah, well.
I said to Fiona, I said to her, I said, darling, if I come down with it, can you just make sure I have some sort of acetone accident? Yeah. Accidentally drunk a cup of paint stripper or something. Just get over and have a bunk.
Your CS80 is ringing out
She's
there.
ringing away, isn't she? I think that's because I'm using left, right and centre. It's an accumulation.
Yeah.
I think that's what that is. Yeah, it doesn't need to be that loud, I suppose. Nice. Trouble is, that's over here, and that's over there. And this is my bass chord hand, and this is my play hand, and oh dear, I didn't think this out. I didn't think this through, people. Oh well. I must admit, it was great training though, because you know, when you come across certain issues with things in your life, you can go, now this is a breeze compared to,
Yeah.
and you just get on with it. It's like, no, it's no problem, mate. You know, dealt with it.
Aye.
Oh, mate. So I watched the Senior Citizen podcast, but I had to do it with the sound turned down.
Oh, right.
Because Fiona's watching this. Oh, it's a murder mystery thing, but it's all over the shop because it's set in present day, but it's about a detective, but it's set in the 40s, and you keep seeing him but it's in the present day, and it's about a murder, but it resembles a murder that's in a book.
Oh, is this the one with Leslie Granville in it?
Yeah, and was it Gratis?
Steve Gatiss.
Steve Gatiss, thank you. Yeah, that one. And she was binge watching it all.
Mark Gatiss, sorry. Mark
Gatiss, yeah. And still binging it. And it was like all over the shop, and I was going, "What? Now it's the 1940s. What the fuck?"
Yeah.
And so I thought, that's all right. But I'm just trying to watch the Senior Citizen, but with the sound down.
Right.
So I'm just kind of lip reading, but I'm mostly going by what people are saying in the chat anyway.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, she's still watching it. I don't know how many bleeding episodes there are. Must be a few, because she started watching that 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're hour episodes or not, but
Now we decided that we'd watch because I bought Oppenheimer on 4K. We saw it at the IMAX when it came out. I got the 4K version of it, and every time we go to watch it, like Jackie's like, "Oh, it gets a bit loud, doesn't it? The old music and the stuff, because it's Christopher Nolan films, so all the sound, he often gets accused of the voices are lower than it gets obliterated by the score and stuff." I said, yeah, but you got to whack it up. She's like, well, we can't whack it up because Sophia's asleep upstairs. And I'm like, okay. And Sophia came home today after, because she'd been out with her boyfriend. She said, I'm going to stay over Tom's tonight. And I'm like, yes, finally, I can crank it up. So we did.
Yeah, good on you.
Yeah, that was good. Because there was I don't want to spot. Have you seen Oppenheimer? I mean, you know what it's about, so you know that there's
I
a
kind of know the
nuclear
history about it.
There's a nuclear explosion.
A bit of a bang. Yeah.
But the thing is, this is the beauty of it, because he uses the sound and everything to sort of build up to that moment, and the countdown goes down, and then it detonates, and all the sound disappears.
Yeah.
So all you're seeing and all you're witnessing is just the sight. So you see
Just
the
the visual,
explosion, because they did it all. There was no CGI. This was all done with practical effects, and then you see all the people that are watching, observing, the bright lights and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. And this carries on for a few minutes, and Jackie sat there. She's waiting. She's just with her hands by her ears, and then it all goes out. And then all of a sudden, bang!
Yeah.
And the subwoofer just kicks in. You can feel the air move in the room. But it doesn't do it just once. It does it a few times, because the camera, the director cuts to the different groups of people that are watching. And so you go to that group, bang, and you see them react. And you go to this group, you just bang. But there's another bit in there where he's giving a speech. And,
did he give his line?
Oh, which one? The
I've become death.
Yeah.
Destroyer of worlds.
Yeah. It's quite interesting when he actually delivers that line, because he's having it away with Florence Pugh, who plays Jean Tatlock.
Yeah.
And she gets him to read it out while she's riding his manhood, shall we say?
Indeed.
Yes. No, it's a great film. And then Gary Oldman pops up as President Truman. Gary Oldman must have played Truman. He's played Churchill. I think, has he ever played Stalin? Because then he'd have the full set, wouldn't he? And Hitler.
Well, I tell you what, when it comes to character actors,
there's none better. Yeah.
Jesus, can he nail them?
Do you ever watch Slow Horses?
No.
On Apple TV? Oh, mate, he's amazing in that.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah.
No, it's funny, because I said to Piano I said, do you fancy getting Dolby Atmos for the front row? And she went, what's the point?
Yeah.
I went, because of the thing. She goes, you know how quiet we have this TV because of next door? And because, I don't know, okay.
Where are you going to put the overheads?
It's like having an Audi R8 but never going over 20. I suppose. So okay, fair dues.
And the distance you sit from the screen, because you're going across the short distance.
Yeah, not the long. Yeah.
Rather than the long one. It would you wouldn't really benefit from the movement and stuff. And obviously you'd have to have your ceiling mounts in and.
Florence Pugh under the Trumpton firefighter.
Well,
was it
she
Pugh,
can slide down.
Bolly McGrew, crusty, dribbly cunt.
She can slide down my pole anyway. No, it's like my room is not exactly perfect for it, but it's more square.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to move my surrounds a little bit further back, because they're a little bit too in line. They need to be a little bit more behind.
You want Kate Bush's ex-place. That's what you want.
Well, yeah.
And set it up in there. That's.
Jeez.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, I must admit, because, I mean, although we got... All right, yeah, it's a big TV. And yet, I still... When I'm sort of like relaxed on the settee, I've got Siri's normally laying on top of me here, snoring in this ear. So I turn it up a little bit. And I was watching... we were watching the rugby this afternoon. And it was Wales versus South Africa. And Wales are really not doing well at the moment because it's literally a brand new team, and they were getting slaughtered. And they were putting up like the possession percentages, and every time they put up a graphic in the bottom of the corner of the screen, Charlie walks and stops in front of them. Every single time, I never get to see the graphics, and I can't move. If I move, Siri drops down behind me, and then suddenly I've got no settee to sit on. Yeah, he's a little bugger for that. He just keeps looking at me like that, so he just gets right in front of everything. He goes, "Hi." The graphic goes, he walks away. Fortunately, they put the score at the top of the screen, so
Yes.
and the clock. So, but I'll tell you what was good. There was one of the internationals today was let me remember. It wasn't the Wales South Africa one. It was the other one. It was God, I can't remember. I think it was Fiji. It was Fiji, Australia, I think, and it was a female ref.
Oh right, yeah.
And
Fiji Island.
It was Fiji Island, yeah. Fiji got their asses handed to them on a plate. And it was a female ref. And Fiona said to me, she goes, "Do you know what? I doubt if you get a female ref in a male football game."
No, there are.
There are?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
But her argument was, she goes, "Oh, they'll have to behave themselves on the pitch." Mind you, it's rugby. They tend to anyway. They're, respectful of the ref, because the ref can turn around and go, "Fuck off, get off then. You don't like it," kind of thing. So they're always a bit more respectful than you seem to hear some of these footballers do. But she goes, "Oh, they've got to watch their P's and Q's and won't be able to swear." And I go, "Well, look, when it comes to equality, if a player says to a female ref, for instance, "Oh, no, you fucking bitch," say, for instance, right? That shouldn't be sexist. And if anything, that's equality, because he's as likely to say "fucking wanker" to a male ref. So there's no exclusion there. There's no change. There's no change of perception or anything like that. So it's literally like, yes, I've called you a fucking bitch, therefore I have accepted you as a ref into this game.
Either way, they'll get booked.
Oh yeah, especially in rugby. Fucking, mate, you can go up and go, "Oh, I don't agree with that decision." There you go, see the sideline, off you go, bye-bye. So, because I think what it is where the awokeness comes in is where, if you call the female ref a bitch, that's sexist. If you call a male ref a wanker, it's not. It's not considered sexist at all, is it? See what I mean? So if anything, disrespectful, whatever you want to call it, but it's not sexist, and it's not, shall we say, wrong. If you see what I mean. Do you see what I mean? I cannot find the words for this to get it across, and this is what I was trying to explain to Fiona. And she goes, "Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah." I said, "Yeah, but I said that's the trouble. That's the trouble when wokeness gets involved."
No, but either way, they're both disrespectful. Whether you call a male referee a wanker or a female referee a bitch, it's a disrespectful act. Either way,
disrespectful. But it's also inclusion. You're not treating the female ref differently because she's female. If anything, that's not inclusion.
You could still call the female referee a wanker.
We could, yeah.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is...
But by specifying a female derogatory term...
Yeah.
A specifically female derogatory term.
Yeah.
Whereas wanker's general. Wanker can be both, you see.
All right, if you called the male ref a knobhead, There you go. Ta-da!
But I think
you see what I mean, though?
ultimately, either way, it would be dissent in.
Oh yes,
any,
absolutely. No, and I know that part. But at the same time, it's inclusion.
I don't know about that.
Well, it is. It's equality. You said so.
But nobody's going to
swearing
go.
at-
Well done. You called her a bitch. That's great.
I
No.
know. But what I'm saying is, what I was trying to point out to Fiona is that when the woke element is added to it, where it's wrong for a man to say that to a woman, but it's all right for a man to say that to a man, and it's all right for a woman to say it to a woman, and wrong for a woman to say it to a man.
Well, then there's
Right.
balance. Surely.
It's balanced, but it's one way depending on who's saying it and who they're saying it to. Whether it should be it should be inclusion. So it's fine to say to everybody it's the same. But if you take that then and put it into the rest of society and apply the same thing, that's where it all gets all shitty.
Well, it's all about context. It's all about context.
Yeah, the trouble is when woke's involved, the context seems to go out the fucking window sometimes. I don't know. That's only because I don't like what woke's doing to comedy. I think that's this is where it all stems from. Fuck off with your woke.
Yeah, but what is woke?
Opposite of
Define it.
Oh, now you fucking. Can I get back to you on that?
Well, this is the thing.
Yeah.
This is the thing. The whole use of the word and the term and the phrase woke is. I would say that somebody who, under the kind of the accepted general definition, the original definition of woke, as in somebody who is awake to the realities of something, whether it's gender politics or whatever. Somebody who is awake to that is, you could argue that person is compassionate and thoughtful and respectful of other people's feelings.
Right.
That's you could define wokeness as that.
Yeah.
Other people use the word woke to describe people who don't agree with what they believe in. Just simply, because if I was to call somebody something, and somebody says, "Oh, that's wrong," and I'll just say, "Oh, fuck off, you woke bastard." That's how it's being used a lot today. Is it's being used just as a general term to describe somebody who doesn't agree with your way of thinking, and this is why I hate the word and the term and the whole phrase woke, because it's been completely misused by so many people that. I mean, it was bad enough. We used to complain about people saying things were politically correct. Oh, no, you can't do that. That's not politically correct. But at least political correctness had a definition and was being used in that sort of way.
In that context, yeah.
But a lot of the time, people are saying, "Oh, bloody woke this," and bloody, it's the woke, the.
But I think they came around first when wokeness was being used in context with offence.
But yeah, it's been,
and it starts to get the waters get very muddied in that area. So if somebody like Ricky Gervais tells a joke, one person laughs his arse off, the other person is offended by it.
Well, offence is a completely subjective thing.
Yeah,
it's entirely personal.
But why is being offended more important than the person that enjoyed the joke?
No, it's not. And you shouldn't be afraid of offending people. You should also not be afraid of being offended. If somebody says something you don't like or don't agree with, you have a choice. You can walk away. You can turn the television set off. You can stop watching the Ricky Gervais comedy special. You can, if it upsets you personally, fine. That's your prerogative.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Take it away and fuck off. That's your thing. But you can't turn around and say, well, again, we'll just use Ricky Gervais because you've mentioned his name. You can't just say, "Oh, he shouldn't be playing gigs or he shouldn't be getting a Netflix special because he's an offensive comedian." Every comedian is offensive to someone. Yeah. Every comedian tells a joke that will offend somebody somewhere. Sometimes they offend more people than other people. But it doesn't mean that what they're doing is wrong. It just means, it's...
Yeah, but I think when you see comedians then backing off,
That's a shame.
and then the humour starts to become puerile, and very sort of like you'd hardly notice it because it's become very flat. I mean, a classic example is of not so much Ricky Gervais, but say for instance Jimmy Carr. And Jimmy Carr's clever because what he does is he prepares the audience first.
If you go to a Jimmy Carr, if you go to a Jimmy Carr show and you pay money for a ticket to sit in that audience, and if you then sit there and say that offends me, then sorry, mate, that's your fucking choice, because everybody knows what Jimmy Carr does.
Yeah.
Everybody knows his kind of humour.
Yeah.
And the jokes that he makes, and he will push the so-called envelope. Yeah, exactly, Manny. Where is George Carlin when you need him?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, but I think what seems to have happened, particularly if we look at comedy, is there were comedians, and there probably still are comedians, who will tell jokes that are widely accepted to be offensive because they are more than just offensive jokes. They are racist jokes. They're jokes that are making fun of people about, things that it's generally commonly accepted. You don't make jokes about that thing because that's nasty. It's not funny. It's pure nastiness.
Yeah.
But I think that's a fairly small group of comedians that do that sort of thing. But of course, society in general seems to have said, well, if you say a joke that offends a few people because they're whatever. I mean, somebody I saw a joke or watched something and somebody made a joke about hepatitis. All right.
Yeah.
Now you might think, would you get offended if somebody told you a joke about somebody who'd got hepatitis? Or probably not. My sister died of hepatitis. Now I sat there and thought, okay, and for a moment I thought, oh, I didn't quite like that, but that's me. That's my personal experience. That's been a little bit offended, and it just for a small portion of time.
Yeah. But would you agree, you been slightly offended by that, or even if you were offended?
I wasn't offended. It just caused me to think a little bit,
Yeah.
and I think, was that actually funny? Because I've seen what the fuck that thing does to
because
people.
you're on the other side. Yeah, because
Exactly.
you're
But
on
then
that side of it. But
very quickly moved on.
Is that joke wrong, or is that your problem?
That's my problem.
Yeah, but so many people don't see it like that.
I know.
And that's
Yeah.
where this. Well, I use the term woke because everybody else seems to be using it for that particular thing. Where if somebody's offended, then therefore the comedian's wrong, and it supersedes what anybody else says or thinks.
I think,
And that's where where it's shitty.
What I don't like is this use of a term, a generalistic term that is now just like thrown around. Oh, that's woke. Oh, they bloody woke this and woke that, without people actually thinking why they're using that word. Because being woke, if you are a woke person, it should mean that you are awake to the feelings and the compassion and all this kind of stuff. It's not. I don't think it's a bad thing to be woke in the original meaning of that word, but now it just seems to be applied. The woke. The Twitter. The woke. What was it? What did they sort of call it? The vegetable munching woke Twitterati or something. Fuck off. It's.
Yeah.
Look, I've probably said things that offend people. And that's their right to be offended, but it's not their right to then stop everybody else from, enjoying or participating. But there are, it's like free speech, okay? I believe in free speech. I'll defend anybody's right to have free speech, even if those people are saying things I don't agree with. I'll defend their right to say it. However, there is a line where free speech is not free of consequence.
Okay.
And if you say something that is purely based in hatred, you can't just say this, well, it's my right, it's my free speech right. It's yes, you have the right to say whatever you think, but then I also have the right to call you out on that and challenge you on that. And so, free speech is comes with consequences.
I don't know. Perhaps it's because I don't know. Maybe I'm old school or something. But I always considered that a joke is a unloaded gun, right? That you wave about at the audience. When you're actually trying to cause offence, that's completely different.
Yeah.
Right. But humour shouldn't be dragged into.
No. Comedy is one of these areas where it needs. Comedy is one of those last bastions of challenging societal norms and making us appreciate that there is a ridiculous and amusing side to almost everything. And when you look at when you listen to the acts of some comedians, they make humour out of some of the darkest things, and we need that. We absolutely need that. When people make jokes about death, we need to have that in our lives. And comedy is one of those areas where it really, we really should be standing up a lot more for the freedom. There were comedians, again, this is very British centric, I suppose. But I can refer to comedians in the 70s. There were a bunch of comedians who were just telling blatantly racist jokes that back then didn't seem so bad, but now we understand a lot more about racial harmony and people's feelings and stuff. They're actually pretty hateful, spiteful things, and you wouldn't say them today. And there's not a working comedian out there that would probably use that sort of or use those sort of jokes, but it doesn't mean that we still can't tell jokes about certain things and see the comedy and the humor. And otherwise we're just going to we end up living our lives just full of misery. And I mean, people tell if somebody tells jokes about Alzheimer's and dementia and all that, even though I'm living with it every day, and you've lived through it every day, we still we can still see the humour. We have to. Yeah. It's a coping mechanism.
Yeah, I've laughed. I've heard Alzheimer's jokes in the past, and if they're funny, I laugh at them.
What was I watching the other day? It might have been the Daily Show or something. It was one of the American sort of late night sort of satirical things. And they were making jokes about people that wear CPAP machines. I have CPAP, so I wear a CPAP machine. I was pissing myself laughing because it is a funny thing, even though it's a pain in the arse. It's a very funny thing. But yeah, it's this whole being offended, and then also.
But if anything, it's now inclusion, and there's something that you can actually relate to directly in a joke, as opposed to something that you're not familiar with.
Yeah, and those jokes, those things. If they bring something to the fore and get people to talk about it, then that's there's got to be a benefit in that as well. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know whether we'll ever get beyond.
Would you rather suffer from Parkinson's or Alzheimer's? Surely it's better to spill half your pint than forget where you left it.
Exactly. Yeah. See, that's funny.
Yeah, exactly.
That's funny because it's accurate.
However, all of that said, when you go back to things like the comedians in the 70s, right, then not so much. And I think the reason it was deemed okay back then if somebody was doing a, this black fella works in the pub kind of thing, right? It's because it was a huge minority. It was a tiny, minority of black people in the country at the time. Like there wasn't too many Irish knocking about. There wasn't too many Indians and Pakistanis knocking around, and all the rest of it. And they, you'd often get these jokes, and it was kind of acceptable because before it was always, just that country far away kind of thing. Yeah. And then as the populations and of particular ethnic groups grew in the country, it became you can't really single these people out for humour.
Well, the thing is, if
be more generalised.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Jim Davidson used to do his character Chalky. Yeah, he called his character Chalky. He was a man of African origin, but he called him Chalky because it was that thing that you did back then. You called their nickname was the opposite of what they were. I've got a step-brother-in-law who we call Sooty because he's got white hair. Get it? Sooty, white hair. It's the opposite. Yeah. And he had this character called Chalky, and he would ridicule. This character would be a little bit, my friend Chalky did this, and you'd laugh at that. But he would do the accent, but it was an exaggerated accent, and it was almost like, could you not just say, my mate, Steve? He's a stupid idiot. He did this. Do you have to bring the person's colour into it? Is that necessary? Because somebody made a joke, and I apologise if this offends anyone. But this is somebody made a joke about African people with big lips.
Right.
And it was an African American comedian that made this joke. I'll tell you who it was. It was fucking Eddie Murphy. And he said, people make jokes about black people with big lips. It's true. We have big lips. So it's you're not picking on something because it's derogatory, or you're not demeaning that person because of that. He was just saying that we got big lips. It's like we've all got these things that we can take the mickey out of that's not hurtful or not spiteful. But comedy is a minefield.
Waggoo's brought up Spike Milligan. I mean, he would often do humour around Indians, and he'd do the sort of like the exaggerated voice and, oh my goodness gracious me, that kind of thing. But that was a guy who grew up, born and grew up in India. Knew the country well. Yeah. Loved it to death as well. Yeah. But it wouldn't, like you say, it wouldn't fly today.
Here's the thing. I've got a friend who is amongst other things, she's a comedy writer, and she wrote or co-wrote most of the episodes of 2 Pints of Lager. Do you remember that sitcom 2 Pints of Lager?
Yeah.
And a whole bunch of other stuff. So she is a professional comedy writer, and she is of her mother is Parsi. So Parsi Indian is an Indian, or Indians who trace their families back to Iran, I think.
Oh, okay.
That's what a Parsi Indian is. Anyway,
right.
So her mother is Parsi Indian. I think her father is, white British.
Yeah.
Anyway, she made a joke on. It might have been Twitter or something else. I didn't see that. I just saw when she spoke about it. She made this joke about she got a hair appointment at the hairdresser's that day, and she recounted the conversation that she'd had with the hairdresser, and she wrote almost like a script. This is what I said, this is what she said, this is what I said, this is what she said, and she wrote the hairdresser's words the way it was spoken, and so essentially she wrote the accent, if you know what I mean. When you write the Scottish accent, you change the words are slightly different. So she wrote this woman's accent, and she got piled on. Oh, that's racist, and she turns around and says, well, actually, that woman is Indian like me. How can I be racist to somebody who's just like me? And there was this massive internet pile-on, and this is something I've had to live with. Being Italian, I get people, say, they say all sorts of things to me, but they think it's okay because maybe it's because I'm white. It's okay to talk like this, and Super Mario, and a pizza this, and spaghetti that, and it's. I've had that for 55 fucking years, and most of the time it just goes over my head. I don't give a fuck about it, but. How is that different from somebody doing an accent of somebody that is of their own origin? I got told off once, many, many years ago, of doing an impression of what's the guy's name in The Simpsons? The shopkeeper.
Oh,
Apu, yeah.
Apo, yeah.
So what was his catchphrase in The Simpsons? Every week was "Thank you, come again."
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his catchphrase. Somebody came into the office, and I shared the office with the HR people. And obviously, that's probably not the best place to do stuff like this. But somebody came in, and they wanted something, and I helped them, and they said, "Oh, that's great, thanks ever so much." And I said, "Thank you, come again." Because it was just a term of endearment. You're welcome, come back anytime. But I just did it in the Apu accent.
Yeah.
Whether I did it well or badly is beside the point. I just did that. And the person who I said that to laughed. My colleagues laughed. And off they went.
Yeah.
And the HR guy turned around and says, "You cannot do that." And I said, "What do you mean?" I thought he was winding me up to start with. You can't do that. I said, "Why can't I do that?" "Oh, do you know how many people from India and Asia and Pakistan and all that we have working here?" I said, "Yeah, I'm quite aware of that. I train most of them." He said, what if they heard you say that?"
They probably
said,
"Oh, that's a good impression of Apo."
Of Apu from The Simpsons. And he's like, "No, but you can't do that. You can't do that." And I said, "I don't see your point. I just don't. I couldn't get it." And we kind of just left it at that. But I wasn't being derogatory. I was aping a character who, ironically, was voiced by Hank Azaria, who is a white guy. So I was doing an impression of a white guy. So yeah, I mean, it just gets
Well, here's the thing.
to minefield.
If everybody wants to play it safe, right? You have The Simpsons, and now you don't have Apu in it. You
No, he's
have
gone.
a white shopkeeper,
Yeah.
right? You don't have any Mexicans. You don't have any blacks or anything like that. You play it safe, right? Then you'll get these people saying, "Oh, we don't get represented."
Yeah.
Because everybody every character in The Simpsons has flaws, one description or another, because that's where the humour is born from. People's flaws, like in Family Guy. Peter is an idiot.
Yes.
Right? Now, here's the thing. You never, ever hear people complaining about people being portrayed as idiots, because you can't offend an idiot because they're an idiot and don't know they're being offended.
Yes.
Yeah? And that's why you never hear about that.
But this is one of the great things about comedy. And, Peter Griffin is one example. Stan Smith in American Dad is another example. We can go back as far as people like Alf Garnett being another example. They are idiots. They're ignorant. They're bigoted. They have all sorts of views that most people wouldn't agree with. But the reason they're there is to highlight that.
Yeah.
So we can then understand those people, and it ridicules them rather than emboldens them or popularize them. It ridicules the bigots and the idiots with those kind of views. We laugh at Alf Garnett, because not because he's a racist, but because he's an idiot, and we understand that, you know, we can see the humour that's there. It's
he was always the fall guy. He was always the guy that got caught out.
Yeah.
How his racism tripped him up.
exactly.
Right.
It
And yet they
teaches
go,
us
oh
a
no,
lesson."
we can't show that. It's culturally offensive and all that. Go, no, it's showing a bigot getting it.
Mm.
It's showing a bigot as being small-minded idiot.
Yeah.
And it's funny because of that, and they're not seeing that. It's like, and that's why there's this. Personally, I have this fear of entertainment eventually becoming benign
Yeah,
and played
sanitised.
safe.
Yeah.
Now, probably not a popular thing to say, but this is why Doctor Who is shit now. It's very, very safe now.
Mm.
You know?
It spends too much time focusing on all the things it really doesn't need to focus on.
Right. Now, and this might be unpopular as well. So we're on a roll, fuck it. If Doctor Who's going to be gay, make him gay. But don't use an actor to be gay for the sake of him being gay.
Yeah.
Yeah? If
Yeah.
you're going to have a gay Doctor Who, then fucking have a gay Doctor Who and be done with it. And stop fucking about,
Yeah.
right? It's that. That's
Yeah.
all right. Oh, yeah, let's be inclusive and, you know, and culturally sensitive and all the rest of it and blah, 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 and all the rest of it and sexually aware and okay. And then we'll get a gay actor to be Doctor Who because he's gay, not because he's a good actor or anything like that.
Mm.
And I watched one episode of this newer Doctor Who and just went, no, I'm not getting it.
Because when they brought Doctor Who back, you know, you had first of all you had what's his face, Chris Eccleston, didn't you? And then it went David Tennant and the guy after that, I forget.
Oh,
now.
the Fez guy. Yeah.
Yeah. But during that period, they brought in Torchwood with Captain Jack? I can't,
Yeah.
played by John Barrowman. Now, through the writing, it was obvious that Captain Jack was kind of like asexual. You know, he batted for both sides. He didn't really, but they didn't make a massive thing of it. But there were just moments in the story where he just kind of revealed a little bit of his person, and they got the balance so right. And it was the key thing about the whole episode or series was the sci-fi story, you know, and everything else was kind of just like sprinklings on the top. Now it seems to be the other way round. Is the sci-fi is kind of like the sprinkling around the edges, and now we're focusing on making sure that we're ticking all the diversity boxes for the sake of it. I mean, yes, they should be ticked, but not just for the sake of it. Like you say, if somebody, if you're writing a character that is gay or is whatever, write that character because that's that important part of who they are, rather than just being like a token, tick that box.
Yeah.
But what do I know?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is why, you get people like Lily Savage, who was absolutely fucking hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. I know he said that he had quite a hard time to start with. It wasn't really taken very well, but he stuck it out. But then, it was the same for... see, like, gay humour is funny, right?
Really funny.
It's brilliant stuff. So people like... oh, God, what's his bloody name? Been around for donkeys.
That's bestiality, not gay.
No, he's not been around donkeys. He's been around for donkeys.
Julian Clary.
Julian Clary, thank you. Fucking hilarious.
Oh man, yeah.
And weirdly, I quite fancy him, but we won't go into that. That's a different story.
Well, he's a very attractive man because he's stupidly intelligent and
Yeah.
incredibly funny.
It's weird. I have no sexual desire to have sex with a man, but I can sometimes I can just fall in love with a guy simply
because they're wonderful
their
human
personality.
beings.
Exactly, yeah. And it's just
And then anybody that comes on TV and says, "Oh, I've just been out the back fisting Norman Lamont."
Yes, I know. Oh.
I mean, do you remember the furore
delivery
around that?
But the delivery. I loved the way he spoke, the way he delivered the lines as well. It's just hilarious, brilliant stuff. And there's people go, "Oh no, it's not funny because he's gay." It's like, oh, fuck off. You know, if you want to, exclude yourself from the rest of the planet.
But I mean, he took a massive. I mean, he's spoken of it quite a lot. That after that incident, what was it? It was some award show, wasn't it? And he came on. I think Jonathan Ross was the host, and he asked how he was, and Julian turns around and says, "Oh, it's just very nice out the back. I've just been fisting Norman Lamont." And for anybody that's not aware, Norman Lamont at the time was the Chancellor of the Exchequer. He was and it was just, and the room erupted. But the next day in the papers, it was like shock horror. How dare you?
I tell you what, there was quite a few people up and down the country wish they could fist him as well.
Well, yeah, quite. It was incredible. It's so funny.
Then you get the special category. You get people like Sean Locke, who wasn't offensive, but he could say things that I suppose if you wanted to take offence, you probably could. Like the one about, listen, have you got, is there anything that you're proud of, any achievements you're proud of? And he turned around and he says, "Oh yeah," he says, "when I went seal clubbing."
Yeah. Or embezzled the RNLI.
2 hammers and boots. I was doing 4 at once. They said it was like a trolley dash.
Yeah.
Now, I love seals, and I think seal clubbing is awful. But I still laugh at it because it's funny.
Yeah.
And so many people can't make the separation between the physical act and humour about it. It drives me mad. It really does.
I saw Joe Lycett live.
Yeah.
Once a few years ago, and he can be brutal. I mean, really brutal. But he is just so clever and so funny.
I love those pranks he pulls.
Oh, mate, the one he did for our show that we went to was the one where he set up a pride march.
Yeah.
In a suburb of Birmingham. Is it Kingswood or something?
Yeah.
And he discovered that the value of properties would go up if they were recognised as a gay-friendly zone, a gay-friendly area.
Yeah.
And so he lived in this suburb, and he said, "Well, I wanted to sell my house. I wanted to get as much money for it. So I thought, I'll try and make this part of Birmingham like gay central." So he then convinced the entire community to put on a pride march, and he did, and he succeeded, and he got all sorts of things. I mean, it was just, and he set it all up, and then the whole show was him just showing clips and talking about it and telling the jokes, and he's so clever. But even he's been called offensive, but he makes himself the butt of the joke most of the time. Anyway.
Yeah, well, that's also another good form of humour. This, the self-deprecation.
Yeah.
No, I'm quite a fan of the self-deprecation humour. Always have been. So, but I don't know. Yeah, there's some sort of transition going on. I don't know how it's going to end out.
Well, this is society, isn't it? We work things out in the end. We ultimately realise what's stupid, what's futile, what's right, what's wrong, and it shakes itself out in the end. History has proven that most of the time.
Well, it's like yesterday what I said about that bloke with the bloody leaf blower at 7:30 every morning. about he's going to look pretty stupid in hospital with a petrol leaf blower sticking out of his arse. It doesn't mean I'm going to do that. That's just the joke.
It's the humour, yeah.
It's the humour of it. Because you envisage this guy with this dirty great big leaf blower sticking out of his arse on the bench going, please take it out.
Yeah.
You know? Although, truth be known, he wasn't out there this morning. Well, it was too windy.
Maybe you overheard him.
It was far too windy.
Yeah.
He goes, oh, look, they're doing a job for me.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I don't know. It's stupid, isn't it? But,
indeed.
yeah, so, you know, whether you like Jimmy Carr or not, but people like him and Ricky Gervais and so forth are the guys that are putting their face up for it, trying to keep humour, you know, natural, proper humour alive. You know?
Oh, dear me. Oh, Jesus, 20 to 3.
Is it really? Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, that explains a lot. Thank Christ it's a Sunday morning.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
wait a
thought
minute. I do have work to do tomorrow.
I've got one or two things to write tomorrow.
Yeah.
I was going to do them today, and I just started them. I was just like, really? I just can't be bothered. So I've put them off till tomorrow, which is probably silly because I want to have a spin on Gran Turismo tomorrow. I want to try out that Escort RS. Relive my boy racer years.
Oh, God. Escort RS.
Yeah.
2 litre, weren't they?
RS Turbo, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, that Escort had that beautifully balanced suspension system. It could go around a bend like no other motor. It really was good.
And a spoiler that you could use as a picnic table.
Yep.
My old man had...
Look how well they did in the RSC rally.
Oh, yeah, exactly. My old man had an RS Escort. Was it a Mark 3, I think it was. It was black.
Oh, Sierra Cosworth. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There ain't many of them left, you know. Most of them are wrapped around lampposts.
They were the most expensive car to insure at one point in the 90s. In fact, some people could not get insured on those Sierra Costa. They were the most stolen car.
Yeah.
And the insurance was often more than the value of the car itself.
Well, the boy racers kept putting them into trees as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
And it got to the point where I think there was 3 or 4 of the major insurance companies
Wouldn't touch them.
wouldn't insure you unless you were over 25.
Yeah.
And no, absolutely no claims. 0 claims bonus.
Yeah.
Otherwise, wouldn't let you in anywhere.
They were a
near
nice
it.
car, though.
They were.
The Sapphire RS Cosworth was...
Well, when you consider what a sort of like boring lump of crap a Sierra was, you know, it's just a, wasn't it?
I remember when the Sierra came out and we'd like, oh, that's it looks like something from the future. Because we've been used to box cars, you know.
I always thought it was
Three
a poor
box
man's Rover SD1.
Yeah, I had that about it, but...
And the 3.5 litre Vitesse, hello, baby,
Well, yeah, exactly.
with the gold alloys.
But there was something about the... Because, you know, obviously Ford were much more car of the people, wasn't it? And the Sierra comes out as, you know, the replacement for the Cortina. And we've been used for years to, you know, the 3-box design, you know, small box, big box, small box.
Yeah.
And then this thing comes out, it's got curves and shit. And, yeah, wow.
Yeah, you normally had curves. Or it was either a classic car or it was a very, very, very expensive car. Had curves. The rest of them were all, as you say, boxes.
Yeah. And, you know, credit
Weirdly,
to Ford.
though, Mark II Escort, 3 boxes, and yet there was something about it.
Oh, yeah, little Escort Mexico.
Yeah.
Cracking little motor. My dad had a Mark 1. And then he went from a Mark 1 Escort to a Mark 3 Cortina, which I still think is just an absolute classic. Mark 3 Cortina GXL. And then he went to a Mark 4 Cortina, which was the boring, boxy version. and then his head got turned, and he went and bought a Fiat 132 Super Mirafiori.
Yeah.
Which was cheaper than the Ford, but better spec'd, because a lot of European cars were. Less money, better spec.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, rusted to fuck within 4 years.
Very,
You know,
well,
and just
at least
basically
it
sold
didn't
it for
have
scrap.
it didn't have the incredibly thin gauge metal that the Asian market was shipping.
Oh, gosh, yeah,
The Mazdas and stuff. I mean, you could dent a Mazda by staring at it too hard. They did this. What's the Mazda 323?
Mm-hmm.
And it was a kind of. It was a bit like a. Metro. It's kind of for the metro market, and it even looks similar.
Yeah,
but honestly, it's like
yeah,
everywhere. It was just so brittle. I mean, people would like, we drag them in on the wrecker. And you think, what speed do you reckon that was going? 50, 20.
yeah.
Literally just backing out of the car park and it fucking folded
Yeah.
off, and he wrote it off because it just went like tin foil. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. But no, I always wanted a Datsun 280Z.
Yeah, they were nice cars.
And they were nice to look at, but I actually drove one eventually. I got a chance to drive one. Oh, God.
My stepdad bought...
That's
he had
hard work.
When my mum met my stepdad, he had a Renault 5, which were quite cool cars. He didn't have... It wasn't the sporty, like the turbo or anything. It was kind of like the sort of higher up the range, but not the hot version.
Right.
And then he bought a Datsun Stanza.
Oh.
It's just the most
Oh, that's a left turn.
awful, plasticky piece of rubbish. And my mum, for some reason, decided she was going to learn to drive a car at the age of, 40 or something. And she was having lessons, and then she went out with my stepdad in that car and ended up, she kind of like, she says she was forced off the road. My stepdad says a lorry was coming in the other way and she overcompensated. But she sort of went to the left because she thought this lorry was going to hit her coming down the other side.
Yeah.
Sort of veered to the left and went over this little edging wall around the front of a pub garden. So the wall was about this tall.
Right.
So she goes over it and there's no visible damage until you look underneath, and she's just like ripped everything out from underneath with this thing. And that was it. She never drove another car again. And I think, what did he get after that? I don't remember now. He had the Stanza. But he's got terrible choice in cars. What's he got? He's got a Mariva, a Vauxhall Mariva.
Well, the coachworks that I worked at, University Coachworks, they were part of a group. And you had University Motors, which were based in Epsom, and that was where the car showroom was. So because we had this British Leland association, we used to get brand new British Leyland cars coming in that needed little bits done to them. So when new models came out, we were getting to see these things literally first. Then, they hadn't even been on Top Gear yet, kind of thing. And we always used to laugh about, the Morris Marina. What a fucking piece of shit the Morris Marina is, right? And we heard that there was a new Morris Marina coming out. And we go, well, I wonder what that's going to be like, right? And they go, yeah, no, we're going to do stuff with this, going to make the Marina cool again, right? So this transporter pulls up and they go, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Morris Ital. And we went, for fuck's sake.
That was horrible.
Had more plastic than an Airfix kit.
Yeah.
Oh, everything about it was, oh, God, what an awful...
Horrible. Honestly, Leland would... Yeah.
And you can have it in dull beige, suicide green, what was the other one? Please shoot me now, red.
Vomit yellow, wasn't it?
There was a vomit yellow as well.
It was a kind of orangey yellow, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's got this wood inlay dashboard, and you look and you go, no, it's not. There's wood effect plastic.
Yeah.
And everything was plastic on it.
Yeah.
and they did this. I think it was a 1300cc Ital. It was gutless piece of crap.
But it's amazing because Leland were rescued by the Metro. If it wasn't for the Metro, Leland would have gone under a lot sooner than they did. There's a Montego up for sale around here somewhere. I noticed on Facebook Market, and I caught a glimpse of it. I thought, I used to really like the Montegos. Because you remember there was the Metro, the Maestro, the Montego. There was the family, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Montego was the bigger.
Yeah, that was the saloon.
Yeah, fatter version of it.
Which was basically a Maestro with a boot on it.
Yeah. But if you want to talk Metro, 6R4.
6R4s.
Oh, I've driven one of them. Jesus Christ, that was a pocket rocket.
We could only aspire to the MG Metro. I had two Metros. I had a 1 point... No, it was a 1 litre City X. I have no idea what that gave me in terms of spec over the standard City model or whatever. But then I upgraded it to a 1.3 L. So the slightly bigger engine. It was the same as the K series engine in it. Mm-hmm. But I always wanted the MG, which I couldn't afford, and so I thought. And this was back in the day, way before the internet. I had no idea what I was doing.
Yeah.
And I remember saying to my father-in-law at the time, I said, I'd love to put an MG spoiler. Because you remember on the MG Metro, the spoiler was a U-shaped, like an upturned U.
Yeah.
So it went up the side, round the top, and back down the other side again. It was a rubber piece, through. And he said, I'm sure you could find one of those and fit it. And I'm like, yeah, how difficult could that be? Mm. So I phoned up a local breakers yard, and they just so happened to have an MG Metro. So I pootled up there, and it's been stoved in at the front, as most of these cars were.
Yeah.
Luckily, the back end is all intact. So I popped the hatch, and basically there are like 3 holes on the left side, 3 holes on the right side, and 3 holes across the top, all with little rubber grommets in. I mean, this is... Nowadays, you'd have to rip the whole thing off. I mean, you just pop these little rubber grommets off, and there were the bolts that held the spoiler, and so like this. And I'm thinking, because I hadn't looked at my car, I'm thinking, there must be something similar. No, there were no holes, so I had to drill the holes in and line everything up. And God knows how I did it, but I managed to get all the holes in the right place and put this spoiler onto my my 1.3L Metro.
Yeah.
And I thought it was the fucking dog's leathery bits. It was, it looked rather cool, that did, for a little while.
Audi Quattro, they were nice.
Oh,
they were 5-cylinder.
They were 5-pot, yep.
Yeah, 5-pot. No, I remember, because we had this MG in, and it was an early. So it was the classics, had chrome bumpers, hammer-on wire wheels, and it was beautiful. But I fell in love with the V8, the MG V8 one, and it was like, it was just, always wanted. I to this
was
day.
The engine in the back of the 6R4?
Yes, it was rear mounted. Yeah.
Yeah, or mid engines they call it.
A mid, as they call them. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was a pocket rocket. It really was fantastic. Fantastic handling as well, considering.
Oh, well, it was small. There's wheel in every corner, isn't it?
Yeah, but it was quite tall for its weight. It was still quite a tall car, but it stuck to the road beautiful.
No, that was a good little car. But the Quattros. I remember when I bought my I had a Fiat Bravo HGT, and that was a 2 litre 5-cylinder engine in it. I remember somebody saying to me once that, when you rev that, it has that Quattro sound to it, because it's there's something quite distinctive about 5-pot.
Yeah,
because it's not quite a V6, and it's not a straight 4, and it's just there's a note to it. But my Bravo used to go like stink, 155 brake horsepower, which back in the day was quite impressive.
Yeah. I had
that's right, Ford.
A Rover P5.
Really,
I
yeah.
loved that thing. It was like a bloody tank.
Yeah.
And then I got the and then I got a P6, but she was the V8 one. It had the Buick lump in it.
Mm.
What a
Yeah.
delicious ride that was. Soft
Yeah,
and
that's
smooth.
right, Asio. The Volvos and the Fords both had the 2.5 litre 5 pots in them. I remember when they brought that Focus RS out with the 5-cylinder engine in it. I'm thinking, I had a car 10 years before that was, had a 5 pot. Well, admittedly, it wasn't a 2.5 litre.
Yeah.
But that was the thing that they did with, because when Fiat went from the Bravo to the Stilo, this was early 2000s, I think it was. They went, they stopped the Bravo line and created the Stilo line, which was essentially a Bravo replacement. And the top of the range Stilo was a Stilo R Bath, and they said it's 2.4 litre semi-automatic gearbox, and we were all like, "Oh wow, they've gone big." All they'd done is they'd taken the literally taken the 2 litre engine and just bored it out to 2.4, and really not touched anything else. And the the semi-auto gearbox was it was the same one they were using in Alphas at the time. What was it called? It had a name, like a brand name to it. Cellar Speed, that's it. The Cellar Speed gearbox.
Okay.
And it was fucking awful. It's like I've got DSG on my car, so I've got flappy paddles if I want them, or I've just got I can either stick it like in full automatic, or I can put it into sequential on the stick, and I can just put my foot down and change through the gears. I don't even have to take my foot off the throttle, just go boom, 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 up and down, however I want to do. And the gearbox takes care of everything. But on that Stilo with the Cellar Speed, it was just like you had to drive it almost like a manual. So when you wanted to change your gear, you had to take your foot off the throttle, but then flap your paddle. And people just weren't doing that. And they were every time they changed the gear, there was
crunch, crunch, crunch. Yeah.
It was a weird gearbox.
Actually, with actually had with the 850T Volvo. See what I had I think I only had it for a couple of weeks, but I had a Volvo V70. That's nice.
I've always liked the Volvos, but I've never been brave enough to sort of like move over to them because they're always just that little bit different,
Yeah.
I what did I see? It was the new one, the new big Volvo Estate, and it was a cop version of it, police version. Oh, it looked good. On the outside, it looked really good.
Yeah. I couldn't believe how low that V70 was. Jesus Christ. You could sit in it and watch ants walking by out the window. Do you know what I mean? It was really, really low.
My uncle had a P1800 Volvo. Remember them?
Yes, I do.
Saint.
Yes. They were lovely.
Yeah. He used to come to work at my dad's restaurant, and I'd meet him because the restaurant was on the junction of this little country lane, and I'd meet him on the corner, and then I'd jump in and sit on his lap, and he'd do the pedals and I'd do the steering. We would just slowly drive into the car park. So I can actually say I've driven a Volvo P1800.
Excellent. No, I actually wanted one. I wanted one for quite a while.
Love it. I drove
They
past
did an
one
estate version of it as well. It didn't look quite as nice.
No.
It spoilt the line.
I drove past one. It was either on the way to Bristronica or the way to Synthfest earlier this year, and it was going down the motorway, and I was like, oh, it was gorgeous, so beautiful.
Remember one of the custom car shows I went to, there was one, they had one there, and the guy had the Saint mural on the bonnet.
Yeah. Because he went from that to the XJS, didn't he? The Saint. Got a white Jaguar XJS.
And I tell you what was at that show that same year. I don't know if anybody remembers this. It's a milk float, and the guy had put in an 8-litre V8 twin supercharged Chrysler engine or something. And it was mounted in the back, where you normally would put the milk.
Put the milk, yeah.
And it had wolf races on it and everything like that. And this thing apparently could pull some serious speed, but only in a straight line,
Wow.
And that was that. There was that there. And the sump was almost down to the floor, but the engine was nearly as high as the bleeding milk float. Unbelievable. Bloody milk float.
I remember going to what do they call it now? It's grass track racing, but there's a name for it.
Oh, the cross.
Yeah, whatever it was. There was basically just mostly a bunch of minis.
Oh,
herring around
like dirt cross.
Yeah, but it was it was grass track, but
Yeah,
there was one mini that was just like pissing all over the rest of them. It was a mini clubman, but they got the Rover V8 engine in the back.
makes all the
It was
difference.
It was an absolute.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
goes like the stink.
Yeah.
Yeah, was it green laning? Was that green laning?
I don't know. I think it was.
I know the one you mean. It was literally designed for minis,
Yeah.
and it was like a rally, sort of like basically in a field.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it was kind of in a field. And they got a course marked out. And
Yeah. Was it
just
called?
grass. Yeah,
Yeah, it was.
autocross or something like that.
Yeah, or grass. Was it just motocross?
I can't remember. It was that
No.
long ago.
Yeah,
Cannot remember.
used to be very popular at one point.
Mm.
Wow.
Well, I think I'd better go to bed.
Yeah, I think. Well, we better had anyway.
Well, yeah. Because I know what'll happen. I'll get fucking woken up at stupid o'clock in the morning. My wife
mind
doesn't
you.
have this concept of time. I don't mind if she's getting up and going somewhere and doing something. But
Yeah.
on a Sunday, I just think, why can't we just all stay in bed until we want to get up? But no, she's like, right, okay, it's 9 o'clock. I'm going down, and she'll make breakfast, and sometimes she'll bring it up. We'll eat it in bed. But like, I'll have gone to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning. I do not want to be getting up at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
But then I can't complain because she makes breakfast. So.
Mind you, I think that the most luxurious thing is to, you have breakfast made for you. It comes up and you eat your breakfast, and then just roll over and go back to sleep.
Go back to sleep. Yeah.
Snugly.
Yeah. Now the thing is, once I get vertical, like everything shifts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I need to go to the
Well,
toilet.
see,
now.
I've made a rod for my back because in the morning the ritual is the guys get the picking blanket.
Oh yes, yeah.
So what I get is a tongue in the ear, and then get my head sat on,
And that's
And
just Fiona.
and you just hear the tail doing this on the
Yeah.
pillow. And I go, yes, I'm getting up, and it goes faster like that. I go,
Oh,
"Yes,
man in
all right."
beard, man with beard. I wish it was a cooked breakfast. It's not always. Obviously, with me trying to look after my weight and everything, cooked breakfasts are not common. There might be a bit of toast or something
A
involved.
little bit of toast.
A little bit of toast.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wish it was. Every now and again it is. Because I can be lying there in bed and I can hear the clink of pans on stoves, and I think, oh, is it? And then I go downstairs and like, oh, is there no cooked breakfast? Because she was like preparing something for dinner later on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or doing a bit of washing up from last
Or doing the
night.
washing up, yeah.
Yeah.
We had an Indian tonight, actually. We were a bit naughty because, let's say, all the kids, Luca was at work until about 11, and Sophia's out all night. So,
Yeah, there's not enough people there to go through all the paraphernalia of cooking.
that's it. So Jackie said, shall we have fish? It started off as fish and chips, and then she said, shall we have a Chinese? And then she goes, oh, hang on a minute. Both the kids, because Sophia doesn't really like Indian.
Right.
But she said, Sophia's not here. I said, Indian? She goes, yeah, go on then.
Yeah.
But fuck me, they're getting it. That's getting expensive now. I mean, I paid
Yeah.
for 2 people what I was paying for 4 people not that long ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was really nice. It was really. I think they've changed the chef.
If you
in
got
the
a
local.
nice, if you got a nice local one, then you might.
And they deliver for no charge.
yeah, and they're
is
pretty
good.
quick.
Yeah.
Well, we found that if we order at 5:05, the chicken in the korma or the masala. Lovely. You know, soft and buttery, and the pila rice is well cooked and everything. But if you do it like at 6 o'clock, and it's like that second batch, it's more rushed, and the chicken isn't quite as cooked, you know, thoroughly, you know. So always get the early bird.
Yeah. No, they've gone all online as well, our local Indians. So I went on the website and you just order it all.
Yeah.
And you tell it what time you want it. And seriously, I heard the car pull up out the front and shut its door, and I looked up and it was 17:29, and I'd ordered it for 17:30. So by the time he rang the doorbell, bob on 17:30.
Yeah.
And he was a bit upset because Jackie said, you know, she initially said we were going to have fish and chips. Obviously, that's a bit cheaper. So she drew some cash out of the bank to pay for the fish and chips, because they don't take cards at the chippy for some reason.
Really?
Yeah. So she drew out enough cash, you know, to cover fish and chips. And then we said, we'll have Indian. And they only take cash on delivery. So we're scrapping around, and we managed to get exactly what it was. We didn't have anything left over to tip the driver, and I was like, "Oh, sorry, mate, fuck off, bye." Yeah. Oh, yeah, especially because the weather's like what it is at the moment. It was pretty hairy out there. So anyway, right, well, yeah, time for bed," said Dougal.
Yeah.
Or Zebedee, or whatever.
It was Zebedee. You used to say time for bed. Yeah.
That's it.
Oh.
Right.
That seems to be all working now. Cool.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Yeah, looks like it stays like that.
Indeed. Right. Well, I will see you around.
Okay, gentle folk.
At some point.
So we managed to talk shit for how long this time?
5 hours.
Yeah, 5 hours.
5 hours.
But you're a late start as well, so.
Yeah, that was it. So.
Yeah. All right, guys and girls.
Okay.
See you around. Be good. Be
Good
careful.
night, everybody.
Can't be careful. Wear a condom. And see you later.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.